find out that somebody can just fucking leave it there. Just fucking like push your head up against the wall afterwards. I'm surprised those eyebrows didn't just cushion it. Those fucking things are amazing. Those eyebrows are like fucking, what do you call that, Chloe and Kim? That's incredible.
One substitute teacher I had recognized my last name, and he has a friend, he's a cousin with the same last name. I said, "Are you relative to this person?" I said, "Yes." He's like, "Yeah, I saw you have those Aru eyebrows."
Right.
So if we go by that substitute, we call them Aru eyebrows.
No, don't do that. Just do everything, say the whole thing like you just did, but at the end just go, gangster. Jonathan, what's your second favorite thing to do other than stand-up comedy?
Well, I was realizing you may ask that, and I was thinking, well, technically, if we go by frequency, it's masturbation.
Wow, a second shout out to masturbating. For those of you that, this is what you don't get on live comic standing. For answers like this.
You're a handsome guy. You would have let see some pussy or something.
I appreciate it.
I'm going to stack up on that to where my ego is like high enough.
By the way, let's stop for a second. I love the fact that you said that you had a feeling that I was going to ask the question of what your second favorite thing to do was, and with all that prep time, you're still sticking with masturbating.
Yeah, I mean, it's the most solid answer that I can give. I mean, there's a lot of things I like. Like, I used to like video games, but I don't really play those anymore. So,
It's grown up.
yeah.
And you can't buy his outfit? It's called maturity. I love it. And what you wear is very, like, masturbation friendly. You're basically wearing, like, the fucking masturbator's business suit right now. Mesh shorts, a white jacket that can just absorb without discoloring any finished product.
Let me point out.
Oh shit, there's more?
A little bit.
What the fuck is that?
So a little, Leatherface.
Show the audience, you moron, not us. That's a genuine stain, guys. What? Again, another thing that you don't see on Last Comic Standing. Just to a real gritty show to have a guy that proudly shows cum stains on his shirt.
That's not a cum stain.
On his
I have cum on me right now. Hashtag NBC.
Yeah.
I know who your swing dance partner was.
Yeah. Fuck yeah. Jonathan, it was nice meeting you. Come back anytime. Jonathan Aru, everybody. There he goes.
Great job.
Woo! Man.
Yeah, get a piece of pussy and talk about getting some pussy instead of that bullshit you're talking about. It's a quick fix.
Yeah, totally. Jesus Christ. Talk about anything other than during setting for 60 seconds.
Exactly.
It's adorable though. It's like, when I very first started, I just had this rambling dog shit joke about pedestrians that like didn't have any punchlines, and I was just like, pedestrians suck, right? It was just like terrible. That sort of reminds me of it. I mean, I only did it like once or twice, and then I wrote new shit and started fucking murdering all the time. But, you know, best of luck to you. Jonathan, you're not on Twitter, huh? None of that social media shit. Oh, Jesus. This guy just jerks off all day. That's pretty respectable.
He finally gets an agent, and the agent's like, "You follow a whole lot of whores on Twitter." It's your brand?
I pulled another name out of the bucket. It's Victor Martinez.
All right, Victor. Crowd favorite.
Yo, Tony, how the fuck you doing? What's up, man? Nice to see ya. I know what you're thinking. Is this some type of lesbian, transgender, fucking 2015 hybrid in between, not yet chopped off? You don't know, right? I'm actually a Mexican, believe it or not. My parents don't believe it still. I'm 2 feet taller than fucking both of them, man. It's weird. Like, Spanish was my first language for the first 3 years of my life, but you know what? I grew up, I hit out a bunch of white girls, and it's gone now. I can't even eat spicy food anymore. All I have a taste for is
show that it's like, oh well, that sucks for the comedian, but not really at all because if it works, then it fucking works. It works for you.
You're supposed to fucking learn from it.
That's right. It's amazing. I love your style, Victor.
Must be really good.
I fucking love you guys.
Hell yeah. It's so fun. How long you been doing stand-up, Victor?
4 years. I did it in 3 years in Dallas and then a year out here now.
So fun. What do you
like 8 months at Vancouver.
That's great. I love that you had blunt wraps in your front pocket.
I saw that too.
Immediately, yeah.
Very impressive. You smoke before your set tonight?
Every set. I've been high since I started. I
Oh,
smoke sober.
yeah. This guy's the real fucking deal.
For real sober people,
See,
I don't like that.
Jason, you blew I think you're going to do really good at comedy on the last guy.
Great, funny. Eat pussy, you smoke weed. I'm on your fucking side. I appreciate it.
Love it.
Yeah, I thought you were really funny, dude.
Sure.
And that's cool that you put your blunt wraps away and didn't break. You didn't break. You still did material. That part of his mind was doing material. The other part was like, I hope my blunts don't fall out of my pocket.
Yeah, no,
and you guys didn't notice. We did.
I would keep going with like the transgender bit. Not that you look like no, but like you can write, you can talk, because it's funny, and then just keep going with that.
Yeah,
really,
like,
it's funny.
I'll bet you could even like pull off hooking up with one of those like hot lesbians.
Dude,
You know what I mean? Like you could just
hot as shit. She's probably the lesbian.
you could just go in there and she'll be like, oh my god, that's like the type of butch chick that I love. And then at the end of the night when you pull your dick out, it'll just be like, let's do this. Like permanent strap on. That's when you can look at the beautiful girl right in the face and go, you wouldn't have wanted to eat my pussy anyway.
If I had one, no, you wouldn't. I wouldn't.
You didn't really want to eat my pussy.
We're lucky. Dicks are low maintenance. They really are.
Right, you have a permanent strap on.
Yeah.
She's gonna love that shit. How is your sex life going? What is your story?
We fuck like almost at least 3 times a week.
You're married?
No, basically 6 years. She won't go.
Wow.
She won't go away.
You just
white? She's a white girl. She's one white girl.
Oh, you moved here from Dallas?
Yeah, I've dragged her out here with me. Yeah.
That's love.
What does she do for work?
She's a waitress down a lot on the Fairfax pizza joint.
What pizza joint? That's okay.
Yeah.
I like that you're pretending like you don't know what kind of pizza joint she works at.
Word to the wise, bring your girlfriend from a different city because they're all trash here.
Yeah.
Benji, born and raised in Beverly Hills. He knows it. That's a horrible thing to say. Women from other places are trash. They're not like LA shitholes, like the ones that have lived here their whole entire life. I mean, what Benji's saying is bring them from out.
Yeah.
I thought you said they were worse people from out.
No, I'm saying bring your girlfriends from other places because 98% of them here are just gold-digging idiots.
Yeah. Especially Texas girls.
Southern girls, yeah.
Yeah. Victor, what is your second favorite thing to do as a stand-up comic?
Smoke weed.
All right. How about your third?
Watch TV, just veg out, just relax.
Really veg out? I highly doubt that.
Yeah.
Yeah. With some celery sticks.
Enjoy myself if I'm not working.
What's the snack that you always buy at the grocery store?
Yeah.
Spicy Cheetos. Why are you answering for him? How do you? But he's Mexican.
Yeah, that's right. You're racist. No, it's ice cream, like fucking chunky ice cream, or like Oreos. I don't eat real food.
Right.
Fucking snacks.
Chunky ice cream, like if your ice cream doesn't have pieces of stuff in it.
Yeah.
It's just a waste of time.
Yeah, so it can't have some big, like, some shit in there. Just, I don't know, peanuts. I don't know what they are.
Like the texture.
Yeah.
You go to Yogurtland?
No.
You gotta try Yogurtland.
That's too healthy, man.
Shout out to Yogurtland. I want to give a shout out. Yeah, that's our first time we've heard that one.
Let's go get yogurt sometime. Why don't you guys go get yogurt? If you really have never had a good time at a yogurt place, have you been?
Yeah, I've been there.
And you,
The coolest part about the yogurt is the shit you put on top of it.
that's what it is, yeah. You put some brownies and shit on it.
I worked on this show, Naked for You, and the pilot episode, they had food flavored yogurt. That's my story.
All right.
That's a great show.
Yeah, see, she FaceTimes her homegirl, and then while she's FaceTiming her, she does a bump of coke off her iPhone. I'm in my back seat, and we're in an Uber pool on the way to pick up someone else. Like, fucking chill out.
Wow.
Yeah, yeah, fucking Uber people, man. That's
She
what
at
they
least
are.
give you 5 stars?
No, no, she probably gave me like 4.5 or some shit.
Really?
Yeah, no, she's fucking rude. I like Lyft better, man. Lyft pays more, they're cooler people. Pink mustache, she does coke in the back seat.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude.
And you do fist bumps instead of real bumps.
Yeah, yeah. It's fucking.
Wow.
She's mainstream, man.
Imagine how terrible the coke is that someone in Uber pool is doing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is really the worst cocaine.
It's gotta be rough.
Lots of Uber pool these days.
Huh.
Those accidents go well too.
Has anybody ever got into an argument or anything in the Uber pool? It
Some
always
bro
do.
dudes will do that.
Really?
They just gotta get out first, and then they fight, and then I get in and smoke weed.
Dude, we gotta go to Yard House first. No, we gotta go to CrossFit first. Yard House Wednesday.
Uh, so the chick that did a bump of coke off of her iPhone in the back seat, did you say anything to her?
No, I just kept driving. I saw the whole thing in my rear view, and I just kept fucking driving.
What kind of car are you driving?
It's right now it's a Toyota Prius 2015. Yeah, I'm real fucking California, man.
You know you're partying when you're doing blow in the Prius.
Prius is surprised. I thought the only thing green about you was your diabetic foot. So, guys. Oh, it's your weekly diabetic foot joke, everybody. There he goes, Victor Martinez.
Right.
Funny as fuck.
Great.
That's how it's done. Victor Martinez comes in, energy blazing, and just carries it for 60 seconds. But yeah, one guy is going to kill himself. Sometimes this show gets too good. This looks like a new name. Put your hands together for Alan Peterson.
What's up, everybody? How y'all doing right now? Y'all good? I'm so happy to be here. For real, I just left my retail job. So glad to get the fuck out of that bitch. I work in a movie theater. And if you're ever in a movie theater, please do not complain about the fucking price, okay? I live with my mother. There's nothing I can do. Don't complain that there's more than the popcorn. If it was up to me, it would be $1,000 so I can get the fuck out my mama crib. Just the other day, she came in while I was masturbating talking about, how do you use Soundhound? How do you use Soundhound? My dick is in my hand, Mom! I think you're just holding up what you're saying. Get the fuck out! Fucking ridiculous. Haven't had sex in 2 years? That's a goddamn shame. Oh. Maybe it's because I look like a broke-ass Kenan Thompson. I don't know. I like... Thank you.
Wow! Another murder! Look at that serious look on his face right now. I love that. There's a look on his face like he just tackled somebody in the NFL.
Like mean look.
I love that. Alan Peterson, you are legit. That your energy feels like you quit your fucking job like today. Like you just left it and you're like, I'm here to do stand-up comedy, motherfucker. Yeah, great energy.
Yeah, 3 weeks ago, man. Just moved out here from Michigan. Shout out Detroit, you know.
Yeah. You don't have to shout them out anymore. They really don't give a fuck, and they don't have the internet anyway. They have no idea. They have no idea what iTunes is. They're never gonna hear this. If you were on like local radio, I'd say you had a better shot at hitting a Detroit satellite than being on a successful internet show.
Comedy was going terrible, then I gave a shout out to Detroit and things really took off.
So you were working in Detroit 3 weeks ago.
3 weeks ago, man.
And you quit your job at a movie theater in Detroit, and you said, I'm going to chase my fucking dreams in Los Angeles.
Goddamn right. Yeah.
Wow! This is my favorite type of story. Where are you living now?
I live on a couch.
Yeah.
At my friend's house off of, I think the Valley?
Yeah. That's the couch that everybody from the Midwest lives on when they first move out. Always in the Valley. It's called Burbank. It's all the same. How's it going?
I love it, man. Just, like I said, just trying to hit open mics, acquaint myself with the scene, and just get around, you know?
Yeah. You having fun with it?
I love
just weren't as funny as us. Bum, bum. It's gonna be amazing.
I do really want them to be friends, like really bad.
Oh yeah, totally.
Let's see if they keep up that energy after 20 fucking years. In this fucking roast.
So, you were doing stand up in Michigan?
Yeah, 2 years ago.
That's so fucking cool. Is that rough neighborhood?
I'm actually, I don't know if you can tell from my suburban dialect.
Yeah.
That sounds good, Hubby.
I'm not from the hood. I'm actually from a suburb called West Bloomfield.
That's where the Jews live.
Yeah, who my proud and I
Should have fucking beat you to it.
I knew it. Yeah, we have a very, 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 very funny friend from there, Sandy Danto.
Oh, what?
Yeah, he's a
What's
big
up?
comedian.
All right, West Blooming.
In fact, I used to sleep, to take it full circle, on Sandy Danto's couch.
Really?
Once I moved up from my older brother's couch, who's sitting right over there, ladies and gentlemen, Donnie Hinchcliffe. Special brother shout out, sitting right there, my real brother. And I'm not just saying brother because there's a black guy on the stage. Like that's my actual brother. Alan, yeah, you're like white as fuck. Even your name is white.
My mom did that on purpose.
Alan Peterson.
Like
Alan
Peterson.
Gerard? Oh yeah. She hit it right there in the middle name. Alan Poindexter Peterson.
We're moving in with Jews. You can have a white name. This is how it is. Fine, you can have a black middle name.
Fuck yeah. Alan, what's your second favorite thing to do for fun other than stand-up comedy? Like, what's like your hobby, your go-to?
I just listen to hip hop concerts. I like
That's
hip
fun.
hop and R&B.
Who have you seen recently?
Oh shit!
Jeez, one black guy finds out you're from the suburbs and you're fucking done, bro. This fucking guy's like, you don't listen to hip hop, bro. You don't know. So funny, man. So
I've been
funny.
getting it my whole life. I'm used to it.
So what kind of hip hop are we talking about? Vanilla Ice, like fucking Backstreet Boys. What do you consider hip hop from West Bloomfield?
I listen to Common, Talib Kweli, Yasin Bey is now Mos Def again. I like underground shit, you know?
Black Eye.
Chance the Rapper.
Resident Black Eye. What do you think? The second the thumbs up?
You listen to Waka Flocka Flamin'?
Oh shit! Whoa! It happened that quick.
Fucking you listen to Fetty Wap and shit? Baby, you should come my way. That's your shit.
Holy shit! Alan Peterson just tagged a gunshot.
That's incredible.
I love that. Just fucking riding the gunshot's momentum.
That was the most gangster moment of his life, just a fake gunshot.
A ringtone.
Street cred advantage, Alan Peterson. Fuck yeah, even your Twitter handle's white as fuck. AGP, the funny man. I love that you keep looking up at him to see how hard he's laughing.
All black people, whenever we're in a room, we gotta make sure we see each other. There's a lot of white people here. We're like, you alright? You good?
Yeah. But seriously though, I bet you don't see that one up against that wall right there, am I right?
I actually threw up a light in my face.
No, look at you still don't see him. You think I'm fucking around. That one
Oh,
right
what
there.
up? Okay, hi. We here, alright? Alright.
That'd be a funny podcast.
You know Doc from the store? The guy working a lot tonight? Doc's from Detroit.
Doc. Doc?
Oh, no. Oh, wow, okay.
I know Dre.
Great is good. I know Trey. Well, there's lots of great comics from Detroit, so.
But not good though.
Podcast idea: black guys getting to know each other.
We
I
have
feel
a
like just white person being like, "We'd love for you to get to know each other," and then they just have to sit there and talk.
No, Doc, he's right down there. Comes for sure from Detroit. He's a great dude. Tell him what's up on the way up. For sure.
He's not from the nice part of Detroit.
I feel like you have a lot of gangster modes. I feel like when you quit your job, it was like in half baked. You were like, fuck you, you're cool, fuck you, I'm out.
Sometimes you gotta, because you can't, if I can put that black on as long as I don't do the voice. You know what I mean? Like as long as I give him that face.
Then they know what man take off my glasses. The day that you quit the movie theater, like, did you do something wrong and like resigned on the spot? Like I know, like, oftentimes when I quit a job, it's also like I'm like about to get fired, so I'm like, I quit.
I got you.
No,
Oh, there
I
you go.
actually just was like, fuck it. I'm 24. Got to chase this dream. I'll see y'all later, and that was it.
Yeah,
Did you
nice.
always know this? Fuck yeah. Was it like a movie that inspired you? Was it like Tyler Perry's Medea or something like that, where you're like moving to LA? No, it wasn't that at all. I just knew I had to be in LA. I have a lot of friends out here, and I wanted to do the story, so I did. And fuck yeah. Alan, I really like your style, man. Welcome to the LA comedy scene, and you know what? You're just white enough to be one of my new black friends. So, welcome to the family, Alan Peterson. Anything else for Alan, guys? Alan Peterson.
Great, Alan.
Comedy store debut.
Great,
Fuck yeah.
Welcome to LA, dude. Classic.
The Michigander gets played off with a little of that sweet Buckeye fucking music. AGP the Funny Man, that's his Twitter handle. It's long as fuck. So follow him on Twitter. AGP the Funny Man. Alan Peterson. That's fun.
Bit, so we would be
Yeah.
here. Yeah,
You guys remember anything dumb you used to do when you like very first started? Like any joke or something in particular that you can't believe you did? I got so many. You're very experimental.
I got so
You're
many.
a ballsy
I used to
motherfucker.
fucking do weird shit, man. I had my first joke was like a 3-minute joke about having 29 children with Nicki Minaj, and I like named all the kids like Double Dribble, JJJ, whoever that, like names for all the kids. I used to sing this song called Ding Dong Party, where it'd be like, woo, 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 oh shit, it's a ding dong party. Bounce, bounce, bounce. It was like, I just do crazy.
Man, you're right.
Shit.
That was stupid as fuck.
Yeah. Hey, man.
I really gave you a big beach ball and you hit it out of the park.
Yeah.
Yeah, I used to do a bunch of dumb shit that never got a laugh. Here's some of it right now. That was beautiful.
I used to play in a cow suit. I used to do all sorts of dumb shit.
I think you should bring back the cow.
No.
Fuck yeah. Did you guys have an answer for that?
Now they're boring.
I mean, I had that.
Whoa! Shots fired from Pat Reagan.
So I had like 10 minutes of retard bits in like 95, 96. Just straight retard bits.
And now it's like, what, 7
back,
minutes of
yeah,
retard bits?
7. I fine-tuned my fucking title. But I look back now, it's like a different time. You can't really do that shit. Wow. But yeah, no, like straight fucking hard brewing me.
But you had like, that was like the thing back then. Like, retards were like the thing. Like, there was no like transgender or like, movie theater shootings and stuff like that. It was just like retards just rolling around.
So you were like a hard R comic. R stands for retard.
Yeah, I mean, I still do a fucking, I still do retard bits, but not as
The
hard.
best retard bit.
Yeah, Santa punch retard bits. But yeah, I mean, when you start, like, that's what I was telling your boy, it's like, you look back and you write yourself out of that shit.
My shit was always dope.
Yeah, Benji always owned it. Guys, let's jump back into the bucket, shall we? Ow! We're on a streak right now. Anything can happen. It could be a swing dancer. It could be a masturbator. It could be a giant 14-year-old lesbian. It could be anything. Ooh, we know this guy. He gets pulled out of this bucket quite a bit. Last week he got pulled out of the bucket and he talked about a visit to the psych ward that he had 10 years before. And it was pretty damn compelling. It was a really interesting piece of work. And he's here again. Put your hands together for Dennis Wilson.
What's up? What's up, Dave? Because I read something today where you said, you know, the average man only produces 14 quarts of sperm in his lifetime. This guy's nearly found pregnant. Some guys have used a lot of their 14 quarts already. And they ain't even fucking girls, they just use this shit up on nothing. 14 quarts, man, 14 quarts. No, Red Band is worried about that. 14 quarts? 14 quarts. That's it. Right?
What the fuck?
Okay, come on. I really want to get into
That's
that.
all you got is 14 quarts? You're going to keep repeating 14 quarts? Give a shout out to Red Band in the middle of it?
14 quarts.
Just make us all picture buckets of cum for a moment, and then you're going to say, that's it, I'm out of here.
He just pumped us.
Buckets of cum.
you want to talk about?
What I did last week.
What did
What
you?
did you do last week?
What is it?
Accounting said when I was in, I was in a co-ed mental institution for 3 weeks.
Why?
Why I had it's kind of like well, I did 72 hour, supposed to do a 72-hour hold, and I passed the hold, but they didn't they they took me in.
We went through this last
Yeah,
week,
yeah, yeah,
and
yeah.
it
We
was
can do it
and
again.
it was a runaround. He would
Yeah.
not tell us why he originally got put into the cycle.
So he,
No, that is what I went for a 72-hour hold.
But why
Why?
did you go for a 72
no,
hour
no,
hold?
no. Just listen to last week. Let's go to this. Let's go to this joke. So the joke is that we do 14 quarts of cum. That's the joke. A fact about cum is the joke that you were trying to make. Good.
Yeah. I'm just making the joke is really that like good looking guys face their wives are trying to add
So
up.
the joke's for you.
Well, it's kind of like a crowd to feed off the crowd to feed. Some guys, like I said, when I do that joke, they start looking in their head like, what do you expect that? Because fake laugh. They think about it.
How many loads is that?
14
I would say that's 100 loads, half quart. That's 200 loads a quart.
You know,
All right, all right, all right.
you know what's
Jack
crazy
off
about this?
3 times a day.
Unlike previous things that have happened tonight, I actually did see this on a recent episode of Last Comic Standing. The old, yeah, everybody was talking about 14 quarts of cum. No, definitely not, Dennis. I'm fucking with you. There was, no, they didn't. That's not the new thing. 14 quarts. Let me tell you something about this joke. You ready? 14 is like the unfunniest number. Stop. Secondly, quarts, the one of the least funny units of measurement.
Cups. It's the cups.
And then semen, unless it's fucking like great, you just have 6 people picturing semen.
Yeah.
Guys don't really like semen, and girls, you know, they have enough semen in their lives to be picturing buckets at a comedy show.
No one found this useful.
Dennis, I think I want to hear.
Dennis, I think we're about to put you into another 72-hour hold. If you think, if you expected the audience to respond, oh yes, that's useful information, then I don't know. We might have to. There's a guy in the back that has this jacket that he wants you to try on.
Dennis, we want to hear you talk about yourself and your life.
How much cum do you think you produce?
Oh,
Do you have any kids?
yeah, I got one. I got a daughter.
How old's your daughter?
She's 14 quarts.
No, I didn't masturbate a lot. She masturbated.
See, there we go.
Dennis.
We're getting into something. You know the
Pretty good. I mean, she's pretty good.
Pretty good.
See.
What?
you haven't.
Pretty good. I think I got probably 11 quarts left. My body's good.
11. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, like 11 quarts.
You don't seem like a dirty guy. Like hearing you talk about quarts of cum, I don't feel like it suits your personality.
No, I'm not a dirty guy.
You don't seem like a cummy dude.
I like a lot of pussy, though.
Somebody's getting horny from all the cum talk.
Wow, I love that. I love that. We have a couple making out up there. Dennis Wilson has everybody's pheromones going crazy in here.
You know,
Frisco, you learn how to fuck in kindergarten.
How old was your daughter when you went to the mental institution?
She was 8. I already did the math on it. And decided it was so sad to not go back and cover it.
I don't. Well, she knows.
There's a lot of mental illness in front of comedy.
Yeah.
No,
You know,
really. There's no mental illness involved in this. I'm just saying, state of California, you take a body for money, okay?
that's probably fucking true.
Well, let's just refer back to last episode on that. Let's,
Well, can I say that, yeah, Dennis is the dude who I said, I just was listening backstage, loved D, old friends, been doing it a long fucking time, and was always funny as shit back in the day, always. And this is before, your time, anybody up here. So, my question is, you've always been hilarious. Have you been in a sense straight? Did you say fucking quit it? You did stop. For how long? Wow, what a trip. Well, the thing is, it's like, yeah, like this time. But okay. that's cool. So that's cool. But you know, you can always go back to fucking stand up. But it proves that the hardest thing. I'm convinced that stand up is the most difficult thing in the fucking world. Because if you're not doing it, you're not on your fucking shit. Whether it's a week, 2 weeks, or whatever. So I'm just gonna tell you, Dennis has always been
Sure.
funny as shit, always cool as shit. So
It's true. Stand up is the hardest thing. Second hardest thing, Mike Wesley's dick. Dennis Wilson, everybody.
all right, D.
Another black guy with a white name for those of you keeping track on your Kill Tony bingo cards. Another black guy with a white name, Dennis Wilson. He's on Twitter at DJ Sunset Boulevard.
He had a Jeopardy bit. Black dudes on Jeopardy. I still remember. Fucking funny as shit.
Oh, really?
Probably
Do you
been
remember
ripped
that
off
stuff,
1,000
Dennis?
times. Yeah. Oh, yes.
Come here and do it real quick.
It's great. You're gonna kill.
Hurry up, Dennis. Come on. This isn't fucking Price is Right or anything.
It's a legendary comedy store bit.
Come on.
Bring him up.
Dennis Wilson, ladies and gentlemen.
Don't think we need black game shows. Every time you see a black person on a game show, what's the first thing you do?
Man, look.
The nigga on Jeopardy. When all niggas on spawn on Jeopardy. Every time there's a black guy on Jeopardy, he spends the whole night doing this.
Dennis Wilson, everybody. Fuck yeah.
That joke is racist now. In '97, it was funny. You're racist, Dennis.
Oh,
Good shit, D.
I love it. Guys, let's jump into the next part of the show. We have two regulars that do a brand new minute every single week, whereas everybody else gets pulled out of the bucket. These two have a locked-in spot. There was two girls that did it every single week for 2 years, and they recently moved on to another level of the Comedy Store and an entirely different show. And we restarted with two brand new regulars. It's about our 6th or 7th week on them, and it's super exciting to see the stylings of these two. One of them is 19. The other one is always nervous. And let's start with her. She just got to open up for Adam Sandler and David Spade and Rob Schneider last week. It was an amazing set. She's brand new, and she is one of our favorites, and she's the new regular on Kill Tony. Put your hands together for the styling of the always nervous and adorable Melissa Esslinger, everybody.
Melissa.
So I want to do an impression of LA. What impression I do? It's like, hey little girl, you got hope, dreams. I got cocaine. That's all I got on that one. But I want to tell you guys that at one point, the government used morphine as medication for children to go to sleep with, and they called it Baby Cry No More. And kind of like when you. I'm sorry. No, I'm not. Shit, I just clicked the microphone. I'm sorry. LA's hard to live in because like it's always busy and there's nowhere to go to get away from it. So like once I went to the beach and I put on headphones with white noise so I could listen to the sounds of the ocean while I stared at it. And that's it.
Fuck yeah, Melissa Esslinger. You're so likable. You're so awesome. You can just like move on to the next joke instead of saying, that's all I have for that one subject.
What's the white noise joke? What was the white noise joke about? I didn't really understand anything about
Because
that.
people are loud and annoying even at the beach.
Yeah.
Right.
So
The real sound of the ocean is just no sound at all.
Or you have to like
You
listen
listen
to
to
the
ocean
ocean.
sounds.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. I think you have to hit that right on the head and
Yeah.
say, I listen to ocean sounds on iTunes while at the beach. Because that's the only way to hear the ocean. People are
Yeah, because white noise is just the ocean. White noise is like pumpkin spice lattes and stuff like that.
Wait,
Wait,
everybody hold. You have to, what is white noise, son?
Pumpkin spice latte.
What the fuck does that even mean?
White noise. What?
Oh, I just
Oh, wow. two guys are high enough to understand it. Okay, I got you there.
Are you watching the compare before?
Now, at one point, you apologized, which is becoming one of your, like, that's basically your get her done, is,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, which nobody, you know.
It's a really bad smell though.
And you talk so quiet, and the whole time you're like with the microphone. You don't have to do anything with the microphone because the whole time you're like, what's wrong?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, we have to do like an intensive. We're gonna do like a intensive warfare with you.
Yeah.
No more touching the microphone. We're gonna have to break you.
Pull it from or pull it out from the stand and hold it.
We're gonna have to steal your soul from you. You've had too many fun, easy sets.
Yeah.
You know?
When you do a regular set in front of like a real audience, do you address how nervous you are at first? Is that the first thing you do?
If I'm shaking like this, yes.
Right.
'Cause
Okay.
otherwise,
Not enough. You are correct, Benji. It's not acknowledged enough that she's nervous as fuck. Like it should be the first minute of your set at least.
What was the first joke that you did today?
an impression of LA.
Yeah. What happened there?
Jesus, Brian. What are you gonna do? Beat her?
Well, no, because she kind of ended it. Remember, she kind of ended it. She's like, that's all I have to say, I guess, about that.
Right.
You kind of didn't really have an
And
end to that.
well, it did. It was working. You were working beats on it, and then at the end, she just said that's all that you have on that.
Honestly, because I got sick to my stomach trying to do like I've never done like that wasn't even really the start of an act out, but you know it's like the closest that I've gotten, and that made me really nervous.
Dude, she's so funny, so cute. Like she's gonna blow by everybody, and
Yeah.
then
Oh, everybody?
that well, that's
Brian.
Red band. What is that? Is this that kind of show, Tony?
No,
Yeah.
it's not.
Jesus.
Your nervousness will be fine tuned, Melissa, and you'll be your quirky, fucking, weird, cute, hot, sexy, funny thing, and then for sure.
You're wearing a Wheel of Fortune shirt. Did you go on that show?
No, it's just a free shirt. I like it because at first it looks like a part of like a fire department, but then you're like, oh.
Do people hand you clothes because you're always shivering? I have an idea.
Yeah.
There's a moment when a comedian gets on stage, some of us who don't use a microphone stand, and you grab the microphone and put it to the side of the stage and come back to the center of the stage.
Yeah.
I wonder if that would be an interesting exercise to her because it's sort of an assertive moment.
Yeah, do it.
Without the mic?
Well, you get on stage, you come, you grab, yeah, you put the mic behind you and you get on stage.
That drives me fucking crazy. I don't know.
It's actually the only second time I've done
Wait,
it.
what drives you crazy?
People when they put down the mic.
Oh, you
move it to the side. You have that moment when you move it to the side.
Oh, speaking to the mic.
I'm saying if there would be helpful for you if
Oh, yeah.
you took the microphone out of the stand, put it to the side, and stood in front of people holding the microphone.
Double handing the microphone and just holding on for dear life.
Have you tried?
Isn't helping.
He's right. Have you tried to do that? Just like fucking it?
Maybe a fun exercise, but
Yeah, that looks better.
Yeah. Fun fact for those of you in the room watching the show right now, Melissa is also the only person who you've seen tonight on the show that is currently up for adoption.
Yeah.
She seems like a battered chihuahua at like an LA shelter.
Isn't it adorable? One of the coolest things about Melissa is that, and which I absolutely love, is like she texts all the time to me and Brian, and I believe Josh as well. And it's like we just all text now because Melissa's adorable and she just texts her.
Can you hear my nerves?
she called me the other day.
I can
I
actually.
was on the road for like 12 hours. I just fucking.
I never answer phone calls, but she called me. And then I text her back, like, what's up? And she's like, oh, I'm just very happy and excited. I want to talk to you about it.
Yeah, it's like the opposite. Exactly.
That's awesome.
It is. It's so true. Yeah.
You've clearly been like abused or something. I wonder, like, do you have any tics? Like, if someone turns on a vacuum, do you stab somebody, or like, is there anything where the nervousness turns into rage really fast?
What else makes you nervous? The dark?
Sometimes depends where I am.
So my guess is someone hiding in the bathroom, like a friend, to scare you. That doesn't go over well.
Probably.
Has anyone ever done that to you? Like, sit around the corner and be like,
Ooh, my dad just did that yesterday. I was visiting them.
and you what? Cry for
I saw him.
3 hours on the floor?
No, I saw him before he even jumped out, and I killed him.
Oh, okay. Seems like you have like
Reacted.
bat hearing, like sonar.
like turning your head like you're every time you hear like a noise?
Yeah, I don't put things out very well.
You don't tune things out, so is it constant stimulation, just like ADHD?
Yeah. Like, imagine a TV store with all the channels on at once and all the TV. That's my brain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice. What like did you do as a kid besides watch Clockwork Orange?
How'd you know? I did a lot of stuff.
Were you nervous as a kid?
Yeah. Usually. I mean, actually, I was probably more confident. I don't know.
Did your parents keep you in a pet carrier when you were a child, and like sometimes they would unlock the gates and you would crawl out?
Were you Harry Potter's sister who was also kept in the cupboard?
Okay, guys. What have we learned here tonight is that Melissa is completely adorable and super likable, and once you stop apologizing, like I mean, the biggest laugh that you got was when you said, "I'm sorry, no, I'm not," but then you apologized again right afterwards.
Really?
Yeah, you did.
That's a funny guy.
That's
sorry,
no,
no, I'm
it was
not.
so genuine.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I'm not sorry. We literally saw you go from being sorry to not being sorry. You're like, okay, I'm gonna stand my ground. Pretty great. Maybe try like, have you ever taken like an improv class?
I don't quit things often, and I actually did quit my improv class because.
Yeah, sorry. No, you go ahead. No, you go.
Then you go ahead.
I think what would be a good exercise for you, like that, something that helped me in improv is like adding information. Like after you told us what you were thinking after you quit that joke, that was really interesting to hear. Just the same way you're like, I'm sorry, no, I'm not, is interesting to hear. And since you're clearly so overcome with your emotions, I think just you can let people in on what's going on. Like I'm not trying to discourage you from writing jokes because I thought you were funny, but I feel like if your nervousness is getting you to the point where you need to bail on a joke midway, letting us know what's going on internally is probably be pretty funny because we see you abandoning the joke.
Right.
Anything that you talk about internally, that's why you got the biggest laugh off of sorry, not sorry, is because you were actually, instead of us just seeing your nervousness, you're actually telling us about it,
Yeah.
Right.
letting us in on it. So that's going to be a huge trick to you using your nervousness to your advantage.
Have you ever drank a lot before a set?
Drink a what?
Drank a lot.
Don't. Yes, whatever
Try
you
it.
do, don't.
I
No,
can't.
do not listen to Brian.
I need all
Do
of
not.
my faculties.
I don't know. I would love to see you drunk next week.
Do not listen to him. That is not true.
Let's just see what happens.
See,
Well,
LA
yeah,
talking.
is it
LA talking.
that's what the people want next week is for her to just be vomiting and
Not
crying
vomiting.
at the same time.
I'm talking a good six.
She said she almost threw up tonight because she couldn't remember part of it.
Right, because of nerves, and guess what alcohol does? Is it gets rid of your nerves.
It'd be
No.
really interesting to see what you do.
She would piss herself if someone used a pencil sharpener. It's like she can't handle it. Maybe if you went on stage with headphones that were playing white noise, and then you perform like that.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's the stylings of Melissa Epstein
Yeah,
in a brand new finish.
Did it again.
Brian's advice: get drunk, do heroin, and kill it next week. Guys, your other regular just got back from a 3-week hiatus. She went to London and Paris and a bunch of different crazy places. She's 20 years old. Put your hands together for the great Allie Makovsky, everybody.
Here she is. Come on, Monday night, make some fucking noise.
Just got back from London. Also, a little bit hurt by the group text thing, but that's okay. I was in London, which was cool, and I noticed outside of my window there was like a parade happening on the street. they're just like there. They're so happy about everything, but at the same time they're like so enraged.
So was it like a soccer riot?
No, I did see England lost to Australia in a rugby match, but everyone was just so drunk that they were like, it doesn't matter.
Wow. That's like the whole thing. Everybody's just drunk there all the
Yeah.
time. Right.
Yeah.
That's fun. Anything else happen?
Went to Chipotle because I like to really live it up.
That's right.
Yeah.
Allie, did you meet any boys
Yeah.
in Europe?
I did.
Yeah, any cute German boys?
No.
British boys.
What was the nationality of your favorite boy that you met?
He was American. I'm so lame. Yeah.
Wow.
You ate Chipotle in fucking America?
Yeah.
Yeah. Are you sure you just didn't go to fucking San Bernardino or something? Like, you could have done that very easily without 15 hours of flying.
Yeah.
That's so fun. What's the most like different non-American thing that you did when you were there?
The most different non-American thing. I don't know. It was the toilets there are pretty chill. Like they flush from the back and the front, and I was like, I'm shitting all the time now, just so I can watch this happen.
Fuck yeah. Well, you had no
Especially
choice
after
but to.
Chipotle,
There
you
you go.
gotta use the bathroom.
Absolutely. Right. So when you say it flushes in the back and the front,
Yeah.
what does that mean? There's
Oh,
two holes?
yeah, it's like a threesome of joy. It's the best threesome I've ever had.
Wait.
Also the only, but that's besides the point.
Wait a second. So when you say two holes in the toilet.
Yeah. One from the front, one from the back, and then, just woo!
I think this would be that's like more of a PowerPoint presentation, perhaps.
I mean, if we had a screen, I would get it ready.
Yeah.
It'd probably be funnier than my set.
You mean a bidet toilet combination?
No, Ash.
Your toilets have two holes?
Well, they don't have two holes, but there's water coming from the front. There's water coming from the back.
Oh.
And then
that was amazing.
Are we done?
Allie, it's hard to
thank
describe
God.
a toilet. Allie, it was good. It's another fun set from Allie McCoskey, everybody.
Welcome back, Allie.
Follow the two regulars on Twitter and Instagram, Allie McCoskey and Melissa Eslinger. All one word for both of them. Follow them. Join us. Guys, the drawing from Ryan J. Ebelt, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that. Out of nowhere, it started blank, and then there's me, ice cream cone, a special ice cream cone edition. Guys, what are you promoting? Jason Galern, you're on Twitter at Jason Galern, hilarious. Benji Aflalo's Benji Aflalo. Anything else? Check out Benji's pilot with
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, the link's in my Twitter if you guys want to watch it.
I tweeted it as well.
Thank you for doing that.
Yeah.
Thanks to the both of you.
Check it out and tell your local TV channel that you want to see that pilot as a TV show.
It's like, how many laugh out loud jokes? Like, I laugh hard like 5-7 times.
Jason, anything else you want to promote?
No.
Patty Reagan's on Twitter at Patty Reagan. That's our episode. Thank you, live audience. Thank you.
Thank you, T.
Guys, welcome to another fun Monday night. Welcome to Kiltony. This is Brian Redband, everybody.
Hi.
Together. We're all one big happy family tonight. Keep it going for the great Pat Reagan on the ones and twos. And Ryan J. Ebelt, the house artist, who's going to draw a picture. He's got a blank sheet of paper right now, and he draws anything he wants to. Starting from right. Who knows where it is? Right. It's the Kiltony family, guys. Welcome, everybody. It's a fun little Monday night. There's a couple, it's like an open section inside. If anybody's slammed up in that upper deck wants to take a seat. It's like a fire hazard here, but for some reason there's empty tables. So,
But the shy people. Oh, the shy people.
figure it out, people. Anyway, welcome to the show. We have hundreds and hundreds on Periscope and the thousands on Ustream watching live right now, as they do every single Monday night. You're their live audience. You're their voice. So fucking let it rip to me, will you, live audience? And for those of you that are watching the stream and listening live on the podcast, just know that we're announcing right now that Sunday, November 29th, and Friday, November 27th. Look at that, backwards promoting, 29th and the 27th. of November, Death Squad's coming home to the great state of Ohio, everybody. We are, this is our first time going in a couple years.
Yeah, Friday, November 27th, we'll be in Pittsburgh. Ohio will be there Sunday, November 29th, the day after the Ohio State-Michigan game. And big announcement, Kill Tony, that we're bringing Kill Tony to both of those cities before the shows.
Kill Tony live. There's the music for you, if you didn't believe it. So it's double shows. We do an episode of Kill Tony, and then we do stand-up comedy. That's two separate shows. So you can buy a combo and go to both fucking shows.
Yeah. So it's great for all the
they get to one or the other.
Yeah, it's great for all the comics in Ohio and Pittsburgh that always want to be on Kill Tony. We're coming to you.
Yeah, so that's coming. I'm also going to Portland and Atlanta and Nashville, San Francisco, and Sacramento. So look for those days. They're somewhere. Find those.
Anyway, back to the show. This is going to be so much fun. Pat Reagan, you're back with us.
We're done promoting our dates. How are you doing?
I'm doing good, man. I love it.
Is that mic on?
Yeah, I'm doing good. I feel like a solar panel in Joshua Tree.
How was the pre-show music tonight?
It was good. It was good. I just played straight songs. I didn't talk.
Straight songs?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
In that shirt?
Guys. Are you saying that my songs have homoerotic undertones?
Yeah. Yeah. All of your songs are about fucking some guy's great dad. At some point, I noticed that always pops up.
Is that all boy Catholic school ever is?
Fuck yeah. Guys, Pat's on the ones and twos all night. He's the band leader. We're locked in. Every single week, I have two of my funniest friends and two of the best comedians in the world on this show. Everybody on this show. And if you've watched every episode, you've seen these two guys before as well. Monsters, two of my favorite people in the world. You know, ABC's Mixology, upcoming showtimes. I'm dying up here. Many unbelievable fucking commercials. So, such funny guys. And they're back. Put your hands together for the great Andrew Santino and Sandro Yoccolano. Hello. Welcome back. Yes. Good Italian boys. That's what's happening up here tonight. Very, very Italian name. Santino.
Yeah,
Hello.
dude.
How's it
Hi.
going?
Good. I didn't find anything homoerotic about your song. It sounded normal, clean to me. I like all of it. Yeah. I related to a good joke about it.
You fucked a guy named Greg's dad before.
Yeah, once. Greg's dad once.
Is that true?
His name's Jeff. Greg's
Yeah?
dad's Jeff. And Greg's grandpa's Chad. I'm writing
Yeah.
more songs about Greg's grandpa.
Did somebody fuck
The
that
worst.
guy?
I fucked Chad. You get to fuck all of them. Chad loves eating butt. That's his thing. Who's in the worst, guys?
If he's a grandpa, he's probably one of the original Chads.
Yeah.
Calendar first blood.
I'm just saying, it seems like a fairly new name. Sandro, what the hell's up, buddy?
Not much. Just, I woke up, decided to come down.
Yeah, look. Exactly what it looks like.
Yeah, I'm a white guy.
Fuck yeah. Well, you guys have done the show. Audience, welcome. Pat, do you have any questions for tonight's show?
I didn't prepare anything.
You didn't either. You didn't prepare anything? Have you ever prepared anything?
Yeah, wait, you prepared those in the past?
Yeah. Yeah, I've written questions down and emailed them to myself.
Really?
Yeah, the email subject like KP questions.
Okie dokie.
I think we could probably easily mimic his normal questions for the week pretty easily.
It is pretty simple, right? Like, your favorite salad dressing.
You ever looked at yourself while going poop, and then I looked in your mirror from your father, and then you tell yourself, and then you go and ask me.
Oh, I have a question. I have a serious question. Okay,
Listen,
I have
enough hatred going
Is it-
on in between me and Pat.
in order to be a successful comedian, people have to want to be around you off stage as well as on.
I think it makes it easier. You want to drive people away when you have a terrible personality, you know what I mean? I don't know. I never talk to anybody off stage. Although there's a lot of people that are interesting. And what was a successful comedian?
Yeah.
It could be. I don't. Maybe. I mean, kind of. There's a lot of guys that are successful that are shitheads off the stage.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Tons of them.
So I guess no, not really. Why is that the plan?
I'm just thinking. I'm like, I don't connect with people interactively enough. So I'm like, I'm gonna move away from performing.
Is it like
Make music.
like Asperger's, like
No,
social?
Hey, I was a teacher for a lot of years, and yeah, I was a teacher for a lot of years, and you had to do this self-esteem curriculum. You know, there's a lot of you can do it. You know, don't give up. Keep with it. So I quit. I quit because I wanted to see if I could, you know, I wanted to pursue comedy. I wanted to see if I could make less money, which I'm doing. I'm a success. Success is really easy though because you set the bar real low. That's what I learned teaching self-esteem. Um, but the kids were great, and they were good kids. I mean, technically the gangbangers would be called bad kids, but most of the kids there were good kids. Um, they just weren't successful in the regular high school setting, you know, because they didn't show up. Um, but the kids that did show up, they just had a hard time concentrating because they were just doing drugs, you know. But
You can finish it if you want.
it goes for a while.
Oh shit.
Not so. All right, here we go.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! You don't get to. Wait.
So you
You
can
don't
finish
get
it.
to decide. That's not how it works. You made the bear angry.
My
That's
bad.
why it's an angry bear, everybody. You got to commit to one or the other. You sidestepped there. Jay, I like your style. You look like Dexter's stepfather.
Awesome.
How long have you been doing stand-up?
I've been doing it for a couple months.
Couple months.
Yeah, I got on stage a year ago and was successful and bombed and got terrified and came back a year later.
Oh yeah, seems like it. I like that creepy laugh you got, Jay. Okay, right in the microphone for that one.
I've been told I have a Disney villain laugh. Not a scary villain laugh, just a Disney villain laugh.
A little scary. A little scary. Yeah.
All right.
A little scary. Just a little scary. How long you been teaching for?
I got my credential in '92.
Did you still teach?
No, I actually did quit last year.
Wow.
For comedy?
Well, and acting. I'm substitute teaching.
What's your specialty?
In acting, in teaching.
No, what is it in acting first?
What's your specialty?
I'm going to do some for film and television.
Dentist?
No, my turn.
My turn. I don't know.
It's going to be acting.
Jay, like, what's your specialty in school?
I started out teaching English and then I did world history and economics.
So now, how are you making money?
Substitute.
And you're doing that a lot?
Uh, hopefully more.
What's that really worth? You get like a lot of calls the day of?
Yeah, well, LA, they need teachers. So
Right.
it's always day of, which is that's why you do subbing because
What's
you
your
don't have
favorite,
to work any days.
what's your favorite area in Los Angeles to teach in?
Um, I don't really have a favorite area. I guess whatever's close and
Let me be
convenient.
more specific, Jay. What's your favorite race?
Why?
I've actually taught a lot of continuation schools, so I like diversity more. The rich white kids actually are harder to deal with.
Wow. Actually, I need to watch that. I gotta look for the college football coach. Jay, where are you from?
Santa Cruz.
What part of San Francisco?
It's just south of San Francisco, yeah. Oh, I taught in San Francisco mostly. I lived there in '96.
Nice.
Steal a lot from San Francisco.
Yeah. Yeah, it's white as a kid.
Yeah. No,
Basically.
yeah, it was no joke.
shake shit.
tattoos. You
No,
don't
I
have
have
one.
one. I have a shoulder
Oh.
tattoo. Yeah, right there.
What is it?
It's extra.
Uh-oh. That sounds about right.
It's a tattoo.
Even a tattoo is white.
It's a tattoo of a.
It's some
What do
abstract
you think
tattoo.
it is? It's a Prince Albert tattooed on his arm.
What do you think?
It's a cresting
Try
wave
it
with a
4 times to get that out.
and a dolphin's penis on it.
Oh.
A cresting wave with a moon and a dolphin's penis.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I call this my tattoo Rorschach test.
Jesus.
That says a lot
Does
about you.
anybody know what you're talking about?
They don't know. Yeah, we don't
What
know.
you see in it is tells me something about you. What do you what?
I know a lot about you, all right,
Okay,
Jay? I watched
all
your
right.
60-second set, okay? You son of a bitch. Don't judge
Don't
me
use it to oppose
Oh, I know a lot about
No,
you.
really, it's just abstract.
about my emotional tattoo.
I feel like that's a cheap wage because you didn't get it finished. You're like, what do you think it is?
Right.
What could it have been if I had enough money?
Yeah.
Material-wise, what do you guys think? I just don't really remember too much from it.
No, yeah, write what you know thing is applicable, I guess. What you know about. I would be more interested to find out what your life is like now that you don't have that anymore. Like it's more interesting to find out. Like everybody, there's a lot of teachers that do stand-up where stand-up's just them substituting, and we've heard it before, which doesn't make it bad. It just I would rather hear what your day is like now that you no longer teach. That's more interesting.
And we got off on a tangent there, and we never really got to what's happening at the tattoo parlor. What are you going there for? You only have that one boring tattoo, so what are you doing later?
Just a lot of interesting people coming today. So it's just hang out,
Yeah,
hang out
like
and talk
any
and
like
yeah.
smoke meat dealers today, maybe? What's the thing? Who comes and hangs out at the tattoo?
There's a lot of interesting people who come in there, like the school superintendent and other teachers. I just imagine, like, what if it's just the most boring tattoo parlor, and it's all just like Anderson Cooper type guys?
Yeah, I don't know why, but that's fitting.
You don't do drugs or drink or anything, right?
No.
Yeah. Yeah. That's why we're interested to know what goes on in your life. Like,
Yeah.
when you get home late at night and you're up, what do you do?
I
How do you indulge? What do you like?
how do I indulge?
You don't drink, you don't smoke. What do you? Yeah.
Yeah.
What's the thing that you're like? Fuck! I wish I didn't have that liquor vice or whatever it is. Yeah. Or you do, or you love it.
Yeah, no,
No vice.
I don't. Yeah, no, it's pretty good.
That's incredible. You watch Miami Vice? Yeah. I feel like you got a secret you want to tell me. You want to tell us?
I mean, if you look at, I don't know.
No married, no kids, no.
Oh no. Oh, okay. There you go. You know about that. I have a bit about that. I have two kids with different moms.
Different moms.
Yeah.
Whoa!
We got it!
Here we go.
We got it!
Here we go.
I got a whole.
All right, now we're playing with fire.
Do your kids work at the tattoo shop? Is that what's happening?
Actually, one of my sons is 20. He's training to be a tattoo artist.
All right.
When did drag it out of you?
Yeah, we had to pull all those. So two different women, and are they near the same time? Are you cheating on one of them?
No, 13 years apart.
13 years apart.
Wait.
Are they what?
Wait, how old are you?
Yeah.
You look pretty young. Like, was one 13 and one 26? Or?
No, one's 20 and one's 7.
Nah.
Be laughing again.
Be on the lookout for that.
I feel like he must be in the Illuminati. Like there's something going on. Right? He's like good looking. You're 108. According to the math, you're 1,000 years old. You have a 13-year-old gal. Are they both white women?
Yeah, I was just gonna ask.
No.
What is?
Yes. Go on.
Yeah.
Well, my first kid's mom is Jewish. I'm half Jewish.
That doesn't count. We don't.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't.
Second one.
Yeah, we don't believe in the fairy tales.
Yeah.
What's the good one?
Normal. The Jews aren't good.
What's the other one?
Brazilians.
Whoa!
Nice.
Fucking street culture.
Nice.
Fuck yeah, there it is.
What's the Jewish kid's name? Ari.
No, Harris.
Harris?
Yeah.
And what's the Brazilian kid's name?
Anthony. Antonio.
Whoa! Yeah.
I could have you play that all night. I love
Fuck
that.
yeah. I love that. So great.
I think the only thing we found out is that there's so much ambiguity to your life, and I'm trying to still find out what the secret is, but we'll have to expect. We'll have to
They call you Mr. Ruby, right?
Yeah, Mr. Ruby.
Holy shit. Do you have any like little jokes that you say when you have the class like, "Hey, I'm Mr. Ruby," like Dorothy slippers or anything like that?
No, well.
Ruby, Ruby. Oh, you say hell no like I'd make a bad teacher or something like that. Fuck no, we don't even do that, bro. You
What's
piece
the
of shit.
go-to line when you suddenly do?
Like go-to line?
Yeah, like because you got into comedy, so I'm sure you've told jokes to students that
Yeah.
relate to you. Or what was like your go-to joke in the class?
Free open mic.
So no, when I goof around with the kids, it's always just
Oh,
goof
okay.
around with them on the
Yeah,
kids.
just a wow, wow. um, what do you mean by goof around with the kids?
Do they call you Reach Around Ruby?
I know I would. They're going to if any of them listen to podcasts after
Yeah.
this. Hey, aren't you reach around Ruby? I listen to so many.
Reach around.
Stop! It's so much. Well, good stuff. I think write some more stuff of what you do. We're trying to really we really touched Jesus Reaping fucking pigs. I don't know. There's got to be something else that you do that's unlike the guy that we see on screen. You know, like
Overconfident, I guess.
no, dude, you don't have to lie. Just give us the,
No, I
the
know, I'm
truth
not,
that you're
I know.
embarrassed about. You know what I mean?
Let me ask you this: Do you have a what what type of porn do you do for sex? What are you talking about?
Oh, my girlfriend's black.
What? Girlfriend's black.
Yeah.
Exactly. Nailed it. That's what I was getting at. The black lady loves that. Uh,
So you went from
she went
Jewish
church
to
camp on us.
Brazilian to black to what's next?
Yeah, what's in the future?
Yeah, what have we done?
Perhaps green, or
Yeah.
this is the other.
Are you into any kind of weird sexual stuff? Do you like like weird?
Fuck
Do you
yeah,
like
yeah.
anime
Look at
or like any?
look at that. Yeah, look at that smile. He can barely hide his skin mask right now. Fucking.
Are you a furry? What do you like to do?
I was waiting for that question to come out. No, I'm
No, nothing like that. What's your favorite position? Like when he's on top, what's your favorite position? Bad. What's your favorite position sexually?
Um, I don't know. It depends on the girl, really.
Well, how about with the girl that you're with right now?
She has all of her legs and arms. You like
What's that?
you like
All of her legs and arms.
you like being on bottom with the black girl.
No, no.
No, he doesn't like that.
Shit. Well,
Are you into like choke fantasy or anything like that?
no.
No, so you get you get this nice every now and then on this guy that
I mean, I don't know.
you pay your taxes, you have good credit, there's nothing fucked up in your life.
I don't have great
Your
credit.
parents were
I'm a
always
teacher.
there? Were your parents always there?
Yeah.
When
They
you
stayed
let
together.
me ask you this question question
No holes in this guy!
when you're masturbating, how long do you let yourself hang in the nude? Wow, like
I know. That's a good question. Yeah.
That's a good
What's your
what's
question?
your cutoff time? Is it
I
like
go
7 seconds? Is it 20? Or are you like all the way like Robin Williams?
She's like, oh
Or
my
no,
god!
David Carradine
He's
is
dead.
actually Robin wasn't jacking off. David Carradine was.
Yeah,
Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Correction. Sorry, Robin. Fuck. I'm having a bad dream. Anyway, Jay, we spent way too much time with you. It was so fun to meet you, though.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Nice to meet you, Jay Ruby. Couple months into stand-up, all of a sudden, we're all practically related to Jay Ruby.
Oh, you know what I wanted to say to Jay? Jay,
Reach around.
Jay, you said you said you bombed and then you quit, right? Don't quit just because you bombed. Just keep bombing and yeah, don't do that again.
Yeah, you
That's
gotta
like you
keep
said
going.
that.
Always record your sets and listen to them also.
Yeah.
Helps out.
Just hang out, around places where you can do spots.
We didn't make any school shit.
When people miss their set in actual stand-up shows, sometimes they need a substitute to do better than fucking you, Jay Ruby.
Right. Give it up for Reach Around Ruby.
Yeah. Right? Fuck yeah.
If that's not his first stand-up album, I'll be so disappointed.
Reach around Ruby, the sub.
Buy tickets for his next show at subhub.com. I don't know why. That's crazy. He's on Twitter at Jay Ruby. That's pretty simple, right? Sounds like the kind of guy that would assassinate somebody.
Mr. Ruby sounds like an ABC like murder show.
Yeah.
Ruby, yeah. I can picture that. Pulls another name out of the bucket. Darren? Maybe
another word behind it to give it a certain ring. Like the word champagne. I think the word bitch deserves to be behind the word champagne. Like, you want some more champagne, bitch? Pass me some more champagne, bitch. Champagne, bitch, underneath the cupboard. Appreciate it. Kind of sad that Obama's leaving office so soon. They always talk about how black he was. But I don't think Obama did anything too black. I think the blackest thing Obama could do is not pay America's bills on time. China ain't getting shit. America's debt's in my kids' names, man. Straight up. Just in time, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah,
You know
it's
that?
59 seconds. I love that. Darren, am I saying that right? Darren?
Yeah.
Fuck yeah, man. This is your first time on the show, right?
Yeah.
Very fun. Very cool. Where are you from?
From the valley.
How long you been on stand-up?
A year now.
So cool. Fuck yeah. I like your style. What did you talk about again? I forget what we were talking about.
Yeah, you did that. The joke of being like not paying bills on time was brilliant.
Yeah,
That was
amazing.
and not paying China. That was
Yeah.
great, man. It's good
So
writing.
funny.
Thank you.
And you're already doing it in your boys' night. It's so fun. You do a lot of spots?
Yeah, I just do stand-up. I mean, like, overnights and stuff all night.
And where do you go to some local? You have local shows?
I got, like, I meet a lot of people, and we just end up being friends at the end of the night, which ends up being almost cool.
Yeah.
I already got out of college,
What are you studying?
studying English.
You speak so well. What are you gonna do with that? You want to end up like fucking Jay Ruby? Go do teaching or something like that?
I have a job before summer, at least, hopefully. But,
Their story by talking about the situation.
yeah. You know Rita? Rita's Valley, Northeast Valley? Yeah, it's a little small town. It's like right next to Pacoima.
Seems like a nice place to write. Seems like a nice place to write. A lot of history in that.
Yeah, Rodney King got beat up like maybe 5 miles up the street. Like,
Fucking nailed it.
yeah.
Fucking nailed it. A lot of you got judgy on that one. Everybody was like, what does he mean?
What was the name of the town? Rita?
Right? You picture it in the bottom of
Next
the
to, like,
Chase Arena.
Lakeview Terrace, like Pacoima, Panorama City, David, every town I've ever heard of. These are all the ones that you've never seen. It's a spot by the hills, like up in the valley by the mountains. Yeah, like near Sun Valley.
Okay, yeah,
Yeah, Dover guy go off. Laurel Canyon Boulevard.
Dog,
You know
Dogtown. It's by Dogtown.
It's by Stevenstown.
It's
like
it's
a little east of Stevenstown.
You're thinking of Billings.
Hartsville. Oh, Billings, Montana.
Yeah.
You're thinking
Other than stand-up, what do you like to do for fun?
I like to turn up and have fun.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Hey, better than
No, it
that's
doesn't.
it. I
No,
think
it
that's
doesn't.
it.
Air conditioning.
The only thing that would have been better is it coming out of Jay Ruby's mouth. Like I would have just that would have been the end of the episode if that happened.
He turns it down.
Well, I'm going to a simple answer. I turn up at any time.
You think Ron, could you turn down? Well, it was very funny.
What's your type of turn up?
Whatever I can be, you know, like.
Well, that's what's fun though. That's what I want to know about. What is whatever you can do?
Like my name's Darren Davis. It's kind of common. People think that I'm someone else sometimes that has a different last name. So I take people's reservations that like. I just turn it up. Yeah.
Do you talk about this on stage?
Sometimes.
Fucking amazing.
Yeah, is reservation stealing what kids are referring to when they say turn it up? Yeah, well, if it's a nice like spot where there's like a big ass. So if I'm at Fleming's,
This is so funny. That's a
I hit up the palm and shit. You know I turn up and steal some fucking cake.
So now I know. Now I know. Next time I'm at a club, the one person who's just yelling "champagne bitch" probably isn't even the person who was on the reservation.
Yeah, it's someone that's turning up.
I mean, that's a really aggressive move to make while speaking under somebody else's name. What would you do if another Darren Davis showed up? Just fucking take it to face. That's how those fights in the clubs happen.
They do. Same last name.
Yeah.
That's it. Same last name. People
Sounds
hate
like
me.
fun.
You got the same last name I do, and they start punching each other.
Straight up.
You live with the family up there?
Yeah. Yeah.
How long does it take you to get down there? Well, bus is like an hour, but like, I get
4 episodes, and you're gonna try that shit all of a sudden?
I hope those tickle you.
No, that's I think what he means tickle me. What does that mean?
That's just, yeah. Deeper into the rabbit
No, but
hole.
bitch boys like if he listens as me or like Tony or like people that are just like smaller little like I'm a man child, so they people are like, oh, look at that bitch boy, you know, like
Is that what it's in reference to for you?
I don't know, anyone that's acting like a bitch or just like big
Or-
bitch and then going to real like, you know.
Yeah. And then what do you say the second one was? Bitch what?
bitch made.
Bitch made? Like
Yeah.
a bitch made like you shot this cock.
Bitch was made that way.
Yeah.
Oh.
Tank shot.
That's a bird.
Yeah, what else? Give me one of those. I'm into this.
Yeah.
Let me get some
Hey, by the way,
right
I
now.
might hang out with Jay Ruby and get one of these things tattooed on me.
This is what?
Yeah, no, I'm serious, Brian. I'm gonna get bitch boy tattooed on me.
I can see it right above your.
Regular life advice. Don't actually do that.
Give every one
To
of
the
us
guy that just
a
the
bitch
guy that
tag.
just tickled me.
Yeah, give all of us one of the bitch tag names, like a bitch thing. Let's do that.
This guy.
Curly bitch, am I right? Like,
Yeah, the bitch smile.
I take that's a compliment. I take that as a compliment. I like.
Thank you very much, man.
Thank you. Thank you, BB.
Yeah,
this could be. I already see it. This is your show, dude. What type of bitch are you with Darren Davis? All right, get Andrew Santino.
Come on.
What kind of bitch is Andrew Santino?
Nah, I'll do race jokes, man.
Don't do race jokes. Degrading to women? Yeah. Race? No way, buddy.
Gotta draw the line in comedy.
Yeah.
I didn't cross that shit.
Yeah.
What kind of bitch is he?
Probably one bitch.
The shaggy bitch.
Shaggy bitch.
I like that. It's been another episode of What Kind of Bitch Are You with Darren Davis. Might be a new weekly installment here on the show.
Podcast.
Yeah, totally. Darren, funny as fuck.
Very good, Derek.
Thank you. I really appreciate
So
it.
nice to meet you. Sign up again and come hang.
Yeah.
Alright, go.
Darren Davis, everybody. He's on Twitter at King D City. Very funny, right? How fun. I fucking love it. You do, man. Put your hands together for Leo Flowers, everybody. Oh no, he missed this spot.
Oh
shit, you know what that means. That means he gets blacklisted.
Is he out in the back there? Did someone yell Leo in that hallway?
No,
Just
it's
in case.
okay. He's probably gone. It's alright.
In case, poor
It's
guy.
okay. We'll just do that.
The look on his face is disappointing.
Put your hands together for Ryan County, everybody. Come on. Come on, motherfuckers. Let's go. Do this. Wow.
Two in a row.
Wow. Even I was fooled on that one. I thought, no way. What's that?
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
They might be making friends. Might be. County. Yeah. Yes. Okay, so your answer to your next comedian. Will Moore. We know Will. We know Will. We love Will. Now, here's the catch with Will is he's not in the room because he's under 21 and he's not allowed in the club technically. So this is where Josh Martin goes.
Go, Josh, go.
You know Will Needles Moore. He's a comedian from Ohio and yeah, the great state of Ohio and where we are going to be in November 21st. Anyway, um, and Will actually started stand up like 3 years ago at the age of 16 or 17 there. Yeah, he's amazing. And he's so fucking cool, such a nice guy. And the first time that we did a show in Columbus together 4 or 5 years ago, he was sitting in the front row and I was making fun of him and he was laughing so fucking hard that I had him come on stage and I made fun of him on stage and he was dying of laughter.
He then cut himself many times, was in the hospital for 2 years, and then Tony.
Yeah. And then he started doing stand up and he's so cool and I love him to death. That's all I'm gonna say, buddy. Oh, thank you. This is the new question part of the show where people just fire off their own random questions. For those of you listening to the podcast, somebody in the audience just said, "Where?" The answer is no.
this?
No.
Yeah?
Are you?
Tickle 'em.
Very, very
Tickle
good.
'em. Tickle 'em.
Pat, are you?
Tickle him?
Yeah, give him a little tickle.
All right.
Ladies and
How you
gentlemen,
tickle?
here he is, Will Moore, everybody.
Hello, everyone. Thank you. I'm so out of breath. I just don't think it's meant to be. Not a joke. That is happening right now. All right. Don't you hate it when you see somebody crying? Just sobbing. Clear isn't the worst day of their life. You just got made a part of. Like, hey, man, what the fuck are you doing in my mirror? Holy. I gotta stop smoking. This is awful. They called the suicide hotline once, and they got put on hold. Which is ironic, because if somebody helped me, I probably wouldn't have had to call them. I've been, thinking about shaking it up a bit, trying to get out of this funk. I've been thinking about becoming a prop comic. I've been thinking about propping my head up on the end of a shotgun for quite some time. I'm 19, but I think I've become a bit of a casual drinker. I get real fucked up and I'm super casual about it. Just like, oh, you should drive. That'd be safe.
Fuck yeah, there you go. Out on the air horn. Will Moore. I love it. I love it. How far away were you? You were probably all the way around somewhere.
Yeah, I was in the patio.
That was a long haul. How old are you, Will?
19.
19 years old, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. That's right. Yeah. Yeah. Monsters. Monsters. Will Moore. Motherfucking Will. You're visiting LA from
Yeah, Cincinnati. Go Bananas Comedy Club. Shout out again.
Let's give a shout out to Go Bananas Comedy Club.
So,
Yeah, I love it. It's like you never touched a banana in your life, but I love that that's your home club. I would have.
It should be Leaf Bananas,
Yeah.
not Go Bananas. Instead
Okay.
of the banana phone, like
Yeah.
the banana.
Oh,
Banana split.
Yeah.
Yeah. How was your last time you were here? It was good.
since I'm not drinking.
Very good. I liked it. I liked it very much.
When did you LA?
how long you in town for? I'm here till Thursday.
Just here for vacation or for stand up?
I guess, I mean, technically vacation because I don't have a real job, but stand up, writing, like to move here eventually.
Did you drive here?
Yes, yes. Did you drive last time? I don't think you drove.
Yeah, you did, right?
I did. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, I don't remember seeing you.
Nothing important so far. But you drove, and this time you flew very far away. And you're trying to do letters on.
I just, whenever it's, you know what happens, let it be known.
How many expensive rooms are looking for you?
Yeah.
True, yeah.
Thank you for offering, Tony. That
Thank
was
you,
so
yeah.
nice of you.
Yeah. Thank you. Andrew is actually my manager. That was amazing. So what's up, Will? One question I can ask each of your guests tonight is, what's your fun hobby? What's your second favorite thing you like doing for fun?
I like to draw on my phone a lot sometimes. That's pretty
Draw
much
your
it.
phone?
Draw on my phone.
That'd be weird if you just drew your phone all the time. You're obsessed about it. It's weird.
No, it's a note, has a
Stylus.
stylus.
Stylus. Can we see a drawing? Are you done?
Yeah, I guess is what it's called.
Do you like to dance?
I, surprisingly, I like to dance a lot.
Really?
Yeah.
Do you like do that nay stuff?
No, I must say that the Shiva shoes are fantastic. I just had them recently for the first time, and they make me dance an awful lot.
What's your specialty in the dance department?
Oh, nothing. It's just like I'm just feeling the room, just looking around, trying to get loose. So, uh, don't have one. It's really just whatever's
Have
on.
you heard Pat Reagan's album? Oh wait, what's this? Uh-oh. Will, are you gonna show us one of your patented dance moves, Will?
Oh no, I'm not.
All right, go!
I cannot. Did you guys see how much my legs were shaking just a second ago from how nervous I was about dancing?
Do this right now! Everybody just took it so seriously. They're like, all right, man, we get it. All right. Normally, that's when the second rush goes, no, come on!
Yeah.
But no, with you, it's like, all right, cool. We dig it. We had to ask. Um, Will, you're so funny.
Yeah,
You're one of the guys that I love it when you come into town and swing through, and it's so fun to watch you come get better and better. You're amazing. You're 19, and by the time you're legally allowed to be in this club, you're going to be one of the best comedians anyway. So
I hope so.
keep having fun. Anything more for Will, guys?
There you go, Will.
Will Moore.
There you go, Will.
He's on, he's on Twitter at the Needles End. The Needles End. Will Moore. Can you say it right? Yeah. Great. Pulled another name out of the bucket. Richie Gaines.
Yay.
Here he comes.
Hi. Shut up. So I got out of the school recently. Yeah. And thank you. Yeah, and me personally, I don't really mind like a bush or anything like that. I don't care what's going on down there. But this girl was kind of unkempt, you know. And when I went down there, I guess I made like a face. I kind of like offended her, and she was like, "Well, what'd you expect? You know, I'm not a little girl." And I was like, "All right, well, why don't you start acting like an adult and take some responsibility for the situation, you know?" Like, I don't have to see your vagina to know whether you are or are not a little girl. Like, I don't go down there and I'm like, oh shit, I got the wrong girl. Get out of here, you little rascal. What are you doing here? Scat, move it. You know?
Fuck yeah.
There it is. The clown prince. Richie Gaines.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah.
Thank you.
Uh,
Thank you. Oh, man. That was last night. Sinbad was here.
yeah.
You want Sinbad when you're a thing?
No, I wanted to say it again. Thank you, Sinbad. Yeah.
You can always thank Sinbad, man. He's always
Yeah.
like,
All right, thank you. All right.
in these walls,
Keep
trust
every,
me.
keep
Want
everywhere.
every set with that, like in some kind of like award speech or
Thank you,
something.
Sinbad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just like to thank Sinbad. This is for you, Sinbad. Thank you. Sinbad
Eric's driving in his PT Cruiser right now. He's like,
Someone just thanked me? Who knows?
Richie's actually going to be on the Ice House this Friday. He's been on like 4 canceled Ice House shows.
and one of the most
But
accomplished
yeah, I
explorers
can't
in
wait to see
history.
more of you, man.
He is also one of the most accomplished
He had a great
who
setting
made the
there,
cover
man. It
on
was,
this
I
show.
think, I
The
guess
list
one
of big stuff he
big,
did
but it
includes
was
the
perfect.
following: the first person to reach the South Pole, which he is most famous for; the first person to reach the North Pole by air, which he did in an air shuttle; the first person to complete the Northwest Passage by boat; the second person to complete the Northeast Passage by boat, which is above Russia and Siberia. In doing this, he became the first person to complete both the Northwest and Northeast passages. He did all of those things as the head of an expedition. In addition, he was also an important part of the first expedition to winter south of the Antarctic Circle. That was the Belgica expedition, in which he was third in command. That's an incredible list. To have done one of those things is pretty amazing. To have done them all is, well, whatever word is beyond extraordinary. Amundsen was a part of a new era of explorers, men seeking to do cool stuff for the sake of doing cool stuff. For him, exploring was about the satisfaction of accomplishing things that no one else had done before. Many people have looked at Amundsen as this sort of machine, an incredibly focused individual who set aside all things to reach a goal. And there's some truth to that, although it's a very simplistic view. Interestingly, despite all he did in his life, Amundsen was never really embraced by the public like his peers were, such as Shackleton, Peary, and Scott. People lauded him and acknowledged what he had done, but the man had sort of a dour face with a long hawk-like nose. He was direct, opinionated, and stubborn, and thus made too many enemies in his lifetime. And he was not a big self-promoter. Also, the simple fact that he was a Norwegian played against him. English was not his first language. Thus, he didn't always display the humor and charm of Shackleton, or give off the proper stuffed shirt appeal of Robert and Scott. Perhaps most importantly, some in the press, especially the British press, never forgave Amundsen for swooping in and taking away the prize of the South Pole from Robert Falcon Scott. That is a story we will talk about extensively later in this series. And finally, Amundsen saw no glory or satisfaction in overcoming tragedy. To him, he avoided these things by being prepared and ready to adapt to circumstances. The greatness we see in someone like Shackleton or Scott is often rooted in the mistakes they made, and how they overcame them or didn't overcome them. Amundsen was ruthlessly efficient, and it will make a lot of what he goes through, shall we say, lacking in drama, for want of a better term. The thing is that the public eats up tragedy and drama. Stuff goes wrong, perfect. People dying, great. That sort of stuff sorts the papers, not someone setting up a picture-perfect scheme and executing it efficiently. That means Amundsen simply wasn't the draw compared to other explorers. In some ways, you could say he was too good at what he did. All of that said, Roald Amundsen was a unique individual. Perhaps no explorer I have ever covered was so single-mindedly focused. He endured incredible hardships, got things done, and was beloved by his men, or his fierce loyalty to Tito. So today we are going to cover two parts of Amundsen's life. The first will be his early years growing up in Norway. We will see how he, even as a teenager, set out to become a famous polar explorer. The second part of this episode will cover Amundsen's first major voyage, the Belgica expedition. For that, he would be the first officer or third in command, as well as a key figure in that landmark endeavor. And that leads me to two links for today. First note, regarding the Belgica expedition, I did a series on that topic a year or so ago, and it was a fascinating subject. Amundsen is really important to the series, and I go into great detail about the expedition. Thus, I encourage you to listen to that after this episode, if you have not done so. What we'll do for this episode is talk about the Belgica voyage at a higher level, and focus on Amundsen's role in the expedition. We will especially look at how it shaped him, so he will be ready to step up as an expedition leader in the future. Second note, I put a map of the Belgica expedition on the website.
Hello, how are you?
Check that out if you want to. Okay, that is it for notes. Let's get rolling with our series on Roald Amundsen.
Hello.
Roald Engelbrecht Dahlin Amundsen was born on July 16, 1872, in Norge, Norway, which is about 50 miles, 90 kilometers, to the south of present-day Oslo, the capital of Norway. Norway means glorious in Norwegian. By the way, Oslo was, during most of Amundsen's life, known as Christiania. It was changed to Oslo in 1925, restoring the city's original Nordic name. Roald's father was Jens Amundsen, and his mother, Anna Henriette.
Hello, how are you?
Who was 16 years younger than her husband. Jens was a ship captain and ship owner. He was prosperous and successful. He was
Yo, if you're trying to talk to me, I can't understand what you're saying.
Came to own 22 or 30 ships. The number depends on the source you read. The man who owned and captained a ship was viewed with respect in Norway. And despite the growing number of vessels added to his portfolio, Jens never stopped sailing. His wife would even accompany him, and the couple's first son was born in China. Jens was described as a good captain. He was a disciplinarian,
how are you?
not a despot. He knew his stuff and could perform virtually any duty on the ship. He was fair and even-handed.
Excellent. How'd you find out about me?
And stuck to those decisions. Jens and Hannah would have 4 children, all boys.
How did you find out about me?
At Hannah's insistence, we moved to Christiania and had a nice home, complete with servants. But outside the back door, there was a forested backcountry perfect for adventurous young boys. Jens Amundsen was known as a stern father, but fair. He ran his household pretty much like he ran.
Well, Boulder, I was only there for like 9 months, but I mean, I was used drugs from like 16 to 20.
Yo, Doug, how'd you find out about me?
No, no.
Doug, I
See,
can't understand what you're
yeah,
saying. Say it
before
again.
that I wasn't done there, and then I went back to DC, and that's where I got.
One more time. How'd you find out about me? Where did you find out about me? From where? How did you find out about me? How did you find out about? Are you covering your microphone? I can't understand what you're saying. Say it again. Doug, I can't understand what you're saying. What do you say? I say it again. Spell it. How did you find out about me? YouTube? Okay. How are you? Okay, excellent. We're watching Kill Tony. Do you know what Kill Tony is? It's a it's the largest live podcast in the world. Yes, it is. Did you find out about me from YouTube or from Twitter? YouTube. Okay. Excellent. Well, feel free to enjoy. Here's Kill Tony.
A ship. He gave the boys a lot of leeway to explore, learn, and grow from their own mistakes and successes. Road will say his father once told him, quote, I don't want you to get into any fights, but if you must, get in the first blow and see that's enough. End quote. This was a philosophy that Lord Amundsen would embrace early on. The idea of if you're going to do something, you commit to it and you do it right. He would inherit many of his father's sensibilities, except for his business skills. Rhodes' lack of financial awareness would haunt him all of his life. Hannah would also have a large influence on Rhodes as well, but in different ways. She insisted the boys receive a good education and encouraged them to read and explore cultural opportunities. This was one of the reasons she wanted to move to Christiania. Also, Hannah Amundsen would dream of a different life for her youngest son. The three older boys became a part of the family's business, becoming sailors. But life at sea was dangerous, and so she set her sights on Roald becoming a doctor. He would reluctantly play along. By the way, Amundsen's mother is referred to as Hannah as well as Gustava in various texts. And then in 1886, Jens Amundsen died while at sea at the age of 66. Roald was only 14 years old at the time of his death. Of it, he wrote, quote, It is hard to lose such a father, but it was God's will, and the will of God must be fulfilled. End quote. Amundsen was not particularly religious, and never would be, despite the references to God. What he was stoic, even as a teenager. Life happened, so be it. He was not one to dwell on problems or setbacks. Just accept them, learn from them, and move on. So, while Amundsen was never a great student, he did have a love for reading. Adventure stories were his favorites. He even learned English so he could read books about life outside of Norway. His favorite books were about explorer John Franklin. Of these books, he said, quote, I read them with a fervent fascination, which has shaped the whole course of my life. End quote. Franklin was the commander of the Franklin expedition, which went missing in the 1840s looking for the Northwest Passage, the worst disaster in the history of polar exploration. For 25 years before that, Sir John had done exploring overland in the Canadian Arctic. It was some especially awful stuff: murder, cannibalism, starvation, suffering. At one point, Franklin and his men even attempted to eat the leather of their boots. Anyhow, Amundsen was so fascinated by Franklin's writings that he developed a desire to go through the same hardships endured by him and his men. He wrote, quote, "The thing in Sir John's narrative that appealed to me most strongly was the suffering he and his men endured. A strange ambition burned within me to endure those same sufferings." End quote. And thus, by age 15, Roald Amundsen had it in his heart to become a polar explorer. He said that from that point in his life, everything he did was aimed at becoming an explorer. Well, not necessarily everything. He had his mother, and her heart was set on him becoming a doctor. He admits it was her desire, not his, and he went along with it because he was a beautiful son. And while he attended school with medium results, his real desire was to make himself an explorer. He lived outdoors where possible, exploring the hills and mountains, and training himself in body and mind for some great adventure. He loved skiing and slept at night with his window open, reading the river, saying it would toughen him up for future challenges. Now, in 1889, something would happen that would only encourage Amundsen to further pursue his dreams. And that was when Norwegian explorer Fridtjof Nansen returned from becoming the first person, along with 5 companions, to cross Greenland. It was a great story, one covered in this podcast a few years ago, that made Nansen a hero in Norway. Nansen's deeds enthralled the nation and Amundsen. The tall, handsome man sailed into Christiania to the cheers of thousands. Amundsen was there. He dreamed of emulating Nansen, saying, quote, "With beating heart I walked that day among the banners and cheers, and all the dreams of my boyhood woke the starry life." End quote. Nansen, by the way, did something unique on his crossing of Greenland. He had gone from the desolate east side to the populated west side. In doing this, he deliberately cut off his lines of retreat. It was an old and desperate military tactic. You offer your men only one option: move forward or die. Nansen was also innovative, designing new sleds and a new fuel-saving stove to operate in the sub-zero conditions. He also used dogs and skis. He championed using a small, highly trained team, giving the expedition speed and flexibility. Nansen's expedition was Norway's introduction into the world of exploration, and in a lot of ways, it set the stage for what the Norwegians were good at. They were at home in the snow, cold, and ice. This was a nation of sailors, come back before the Vikings. Skiing was Norway's favorite sport and passion. This made Norway the natural leader to explore the polar realms. By the way, Norway was, at this time, a part of the Kingdom of Sweden, but there was a burgeoning nationalistic movement amongst the Norwegians, along with about 2 million people. Nansen was one of Norway's first very heroes of the modern era, but it was more than that. There was an emerging intellectual and artistic movement within the nation. This was an awakening of Norwegian culture that would, within a decade, result in the establishment of the nation of Norway. Anyhow, Amundsen continued to ski and hike and challenge himself physically. As for school, he barely passed his secondary education classes and entered the Royal Norwegian Frederick University of Christiania. This was the only university in Norway at the time. He began the curriculum to become a doctor, as his mother desired. But Amundsen said, quote, "I was a worse than indifferent student." End quote. In February 1893, Amundsen went and saw a Norwegian polar explorer, Ivan Astrup, give a talk. Astrup had been a part of American explorer Robert Peary's Greenland explorations. The man touted the benefits of using dogs and sleds, as well as the wealth of knowledge available from the local people. These are lessons that Amundsen would never forget. At the same time, Fridtjof Nansen was getting his expedition going, and Amundsen closely followed the construction of Nansen's new ship, the Fram, which, unknown to Amundsen, would play a large part in his future. The combination of Nansen's upcoming expedition, the building of the Fram, and Astrup's visit only got Amundsen more excited about polar exploration. As for school, it got so bad he was on the verge of failing. He would, however, not be forced to confess his failings to his mother, and that's because she died in the fall of 1893 at the age of 56 after catching pneumonia. Amundsen was 21 years old. He said her death, quote, "saved her from the sad discovery which she otherwise would have made," end quote. Amundsen decided that he was no longer obligated to fulfill his promise to his mother of becoming a doctor and promptly quit school, something the entire family agreed was in his best interests. Now, with the death of his mother, Amundsen would inherit a decent amount of money from his family's estate. Without school or finances to worry about, he threw himself into the idea of becoming an explorer. He began to write to established explorers and organizations, offering them his services. One of the first expeditions he applied to was going to Spitsbergen, north of Norway, but his lack of experience or expertise habits always disqualified him from such ventures. He needed experience in the wilderness and or the sea. And so Roald Amundsen was 21 years old. He was tall, over 6 feet, and was said to have had piercing blue eyes. Of her son, Amundsen's mother had reportedly said, quote, "He is the last of the Vikings," end quote, which, by the way, is the title of an excellent biography of Amundsen by Stephen R. Brown. Young Amundsen was ready to do something, to explore, to learn, and that opportunity came when he was invited on a skiing expedition by journalist Laurentius Gerdau. The plan was to cross the Hardangervidda Plateau on skis to the western mountain ranges. The plateau is often compared to the landscape of Antarctica and has never been crossed in the winter. Even at 21, Amundsen was familiar with the allure of being the first to do something. The first person to do something would forever have their name etched in the history books. Such a thing had a great appeal to Amundsen. That idea is something that would drive him all of his life. The skiing expedition began on Christmas Day, 1893, and it would be a disaster. Amundsen and his companions lacked proper equipment and clothing. His bindings didn't even fit his boots correctly. And despite all of his training, Amundsen found that he was out of shape for such a vigorous journey. The smoking did him no favors either. Adding warm temperatures followed by a blizzard, and well, the 3 men were forced to turn around before even reaching the furthest outlying farm. It was humiliating. Now, many people would have given up on the whole exploration at this point, but not Amundsen. He was not deterred by setbacks. In fact, he used the experience to learn and get better. It is a hallmark of Amundsen's life as an explorer. Even in defeat, he will always look a way to improve himself. The following summer, Amundsen signed on to a commercial sealing ship. The idea was to gain practical sailing experience and spend time in polar waters. His goal was to get his master's certificate. Amundsen, by the way, hated the seal hunts. 50,000 seals could be butchered in one location. He found it cruel. He was not against hunting, but he hunted only for meat. He never hunted for sport. Another note about this time, on Amundsen's first polar voyage, the ship would come in contact with a whaling vessel, the Patria. That ship would, a few years later, be refitted and rechristened the Belgica, which we will talk about much more further. Over the next couple of years, Amundsen would work towards his goal. He worked primarily on ships operating in the waters of the North Atlantic and the Arctic, but went as far south as West Africa. He studied hard, and he kept a singular focus on gaining his master's certificate. A big reason for this was that Amundsen had been studying the voyages of other polar explorers, which he loved, and noticed a problem on many of these expeditions. Too often he found the commander of the expedition and the captain of the ship were two different people. It helped create factions amongst the expedition members. This divided leadership, Amundsen felt, was potentially disastrous. He still had that goal to be a polar explorer, and he wanted to be a qualified captain and an expedition leader to prevent divided loyalties and rivalries amongst the team members. Amundsen would get his first mate certificate on May 1st, 1895, allowing him to command the ship. The next winter, he and his brother, Leon, made another attempt to cross the Hardangervidda Plateau in the winter on skis. It was 100 miles or 170 kilometers. This time he and his brother would reach the furthest farmhouse and proceed to get stuck there for 6 days in a snowstorm. When they finally set out, Amundsen figured the crossing could be accomplished in 2 days. The two brothers would reach the halfway mark of their journey and abandon the hut, only to find themselves caught in another blizzard. They spent 2 days holed up in the cabin, and despite the storm still being in progress, they set out again. The reason for this is that they had not brought much food, as they only thought the crossing was going to take about 2 days. The Amundsen brothers spent 6 days plowing through the plateau, most of it in a snowstorm. They had no food, had to navigate by compass, and as they had brought no tent, they were forced to sleep outdoors in the storm for several nights. They got disoriented and turned around. One night, Amundsen almost suffocated when he was buried by falling snow. A week after starting, they arrived back at the farmhouse where everything had been done. The Amundsen boys were suffering from exhaustion, frostbite, and a lack of food. The family that lived at the site barely recognized them when they got there. And so Amundsen's second attempt at a grand adventure had failed again, and they all were lucky that they didn't have to have their fingers or toes amputated. But again, Amundsen took the experience to heart. He accepted responsibility for the failure. He didn't offer excuses. He, more than ever, understood the need to prepare for the unexpected and for all eventualities. An explorer had to be ready to meet whatever challenge lay ahead, or better yet, understand how to avoid problems before they reared their head. Now, in August of 1896, Fridtjof Nansen would return to Norway after his very firm expedition. expedition. This was a 3-year venture, with Nansen purposely getting a ship trapped in the ice and drifting back to freedom. As this was happening, Nansen and another man, Hjalmar Johansen, made a go for the North Pole using dogs and sleds. Nansen would not reach the pole, but he would set a record for the furthest north and come home an international sensation. Tens of thousands of people packed the docks in Christiania to welcome him back to Norway. Amundsen continued to apply for jobs with explorers. He felt he was ready for something bigger, saying he'd been working for such a thing since he was 15 years old. He was playing the long game, and Amundsen's single-minded approach to his goal was impressive. Amundsen would do a 7-month stint in the Army, a requirement for all healthy citizens. He was concerned he would be rejected due to his poor eyesight, but the doctor supposedly marveled at Amundsen's physical condition, saying, quote, "Young man, how in the world did you develop such a splendid set of muscles?" End quote. The doctor was supposedly so amazed he forgot to test Amundsen's eyesight. And then the opportunity Amundsen was waiting for opened up. A Belgian expedition was announced, the intention to go to Antarctica. Men had set foot on Antarctica for the first time ever just a year earlier. Interest in the southern continent was growing. The commander of this new expedition was Adrien de Gerlache, a French-speaking Belgian. Amundsen, 24 at the time, wrote to de Gerlache and offered his services. His resume was good and he had excellent references. He had his master's certificate, meaning he could pilot the ship. He could ski, and he had extensive experience in polar conditions. And best of all, Amundsen had offered to serve on the expedition for no pay. As de Gerlache's expedition was running on a very tight budget, this greatly appealed to the man. In the end, de Gerlache was impressed by Amundsen, and he hired him as first mate, making him third in command of the expedition. And with that, Roald Amundsen found himself in a role he dreamed of for a decade, that of an explorer. There are a lot of smartwatch options out there to choose from, but for me, I am using one from Amazfit. Amazfit is a leading global smartwatch brand. They deliver cutting-edge technology with stylish design to deliver innovative smartwatches and fitness trackers that seamlessly integrate into any lifestyle. And Amazfit goes beyond basic fitness monitoring. With its focus on advanced health tracking, AI-driven coaching, and long-lasting battery life, Amazfit really delivers a next-level fitness experience. The Active 2 is my latest watch from Amazfit. It's designed for those who prioritize their health and fitness while valuing both functionality and style. You will love the watch's long-lasting battery, super lightweight, and sleek design. Go to www.amazfit.com/explorers and use code EXPLORERS to get 10% off at checkout. That's www.amazfit.com/explorers to get 10% off with promo code EXPLORERS.
Ryan Reynolds here from Midmobile. I don't know if you knew this, but anyone can get the same premium wireless for $15 a month plan that I've been enjoying. It's not just for celebrities, so do like I do and have one of your assistants switch you to Midmobile today. I'm told it's super easy to do at midmobile.com/switch.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, equivalent to $15 per month required. Intro rate first 3 months only, and full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See full terms at mintmobile.com.
The Belgica expedition was one of the first expeditions of what would become known as the heroic age of Antarctic exploration. It ushered in a 25-year period filled with some epic stories and epic personalities. This included Ernest Shackleton, Robert Falcon Scott, Douglas Mawson, and Roald Amundsen. As I mentioned earlier, we are going to cover the Belgica story at a high level, really focusing on Amundsen's contributions. And again, if you haven't listened to the Belgica series, I highly recommend it. It's a great story. Starting it right after this episode, it would be perfect. Okay, so Roald Amundsen was going to head to the polar regions. Not to the north, but to the south, which was fine with Amundsen. The Belgica had an international flair to it. There were Belgian crewmen as well as French, Polish, and Romanian. The officers were mostly Belgian, as this was a Belgian-organized affair, but a lot of the crew were Norwegians, hired specifically because of their extensive polar experience. De Gerlache and the rest of the Belgians had almost no experience in the ice. Amundsen would dive into his new job. In Belgium, Dutch and French were the most common languages, so Amundsen took Dutch and French lessons to better be able to work with his new shipmates, which numbered around 20. Also, while he had his master's certificate, he had no actual experience navigating a ship. Thus, while waiting for the Belgica to depart, he signed on with a merchant ship to learn such skills. The Belgica, which I mentioned earlier, was a converted Norwegian whaling ship. It parted at Antwerp on August 16, 1897. The ship went to Madeira, Rio de Janeiro, and Montevideo before heading to Tierra del Fuego and the Strait of Magellan for some surveying and exploring. Along the way, the expedition would add its American doctor, Frederick Cook. Cook is a key figure in the Belgica expedition. He actually had experience exploring in Greenland and understood what the expedition was facing better than anyone. He even brought with him a bunch of fascinating items, including Inuit clothing and rare studs he had used while exploring with Robert Peary in the Arctic. Amundsen and Cook quickly became friends. For them, exploring was about the thrill and accomplishment. Amundsen soaked up all the stories and information that Cook could impart onto him, and Cook was impressed by Amundsen's curiosity and intelligence. On the Belgica, Amundsen would prove to be a calm and sensible presence. He was a natural leader and became the front face of the Norwegian contingent on the ship. This was important because the Belgica suffered from rival factions forming on board, especially the Norwegian versus the Belgian crewmen. The Belgians resented the Norwegians. The Norwegians were experienced sailors and whalers and accustomed to working in difficult conditions. The Belgians were merchantmen and were looked down on as soft by the Norwegians. This meant conflict. Amundsen would help mitigate these situations. However, despite Amundsen's best efforts, the situation would get untenable as elements of the Belgian contingent caused a near mutiny while in Remus, which is in the Strait of Magellan. RabbiRothschild was forced to call on the Chilean Navy to escort off the ship several of his Belgian sailors under guard to prevent a mutiny. In January 1898, the Belgica would head towards Antarctica, specifically the area called Graham, which is the tip of the Antarctic Peninsula. This is the spear of land that sticks up from the continent, almost directly south of the tip of South America. We have to remember that the Belgica was going to a place that the crew knew almost nothing about. There had not been a major expedition to explore the continent in more than 15 years. On the voyage south, one of the ship's crew, Carl Lemke, died when he was swept overboard in a storm. It was the first time Amundsen, who was the deck officer at the time of the incident, had to deal with death. The ship reached Antarctica and sailed between the Greenland coast and a string of islands to the west. Today we call this the Gerlache Strait, and its discovery is one of the more important achievements of the expedition. The Gerlache had hoped the strait would lead into the Royal Sea to the east, but that would never happen. The men would spend time going ashore, collecting specimens and doing experiments about tides. In all, they made approximately 20 landings. On January 26th, Amundsen broke out his skis, making the first ever ski trip from the continent. On January 31st, Amundsen was part of a team that hauled sledges to the top of an ice-covered island. He would also be one of the first men to overnight on the Antarctic continent. On another landing, Cook and Amundsen decided it would be fun to climb a mountain. Science stuff was fine, but being the first people to climb a mountain in Antarctica was way harder. On separate occasions, each of the men would experience the snow collect beneath them, nearly pulling them into a deep crevasse and likely to deaths. But each time they survived the experience and carried on. Amundsen and Cook would climb the mountain, which was about 1,500 feet high, or 460 meters. Other author Julian Sankin, who wrote the definitive book on the Belgian expedition, now Something on Earth, said, quote, "Perhaps no greater insight into the minds of Amundsen and Cook can be found than in their response to this ordeal. They had twice nearly lost their lives, and on an adventure justified by little more than thrill-seeking. But rather than being humbled by the men who raised the ice and snow might kill them, they were energized." End quote. The Belgica exited the Gerlache Strait and continued along the Antarctic coast. On February 15th, the ship crossed the Antarctic Circle. Now, de Gerlache's plan had been to travel to Cape Adare in the west and leave some men there to overwinter. He would then head to Australia and return for those men in the summer. And so at this time, de Gerlache should have gotten out of the ice. But that, the man felt, would mean defeat. De Gerlache really wanted something incredibly cool to show off to the world and the press to justify his expedition. And so he kept exploring, pushing the ship deeper and deeper into the ice of the Bellingshausen Sea. It was here that he brought his officers together and asked them about the idea of letting the ship get trapped in the ice for the winter. They were all against the idea, except for Amundsen. Frederick Cook, the man with the most experience in these matters, was horrified by the idea, knowing how brutal the coming months would be. As for Amundsen, he had no problems going forward into danger. It was just another challenge to face and overcome. Amundsen was not particularly enthralled by de Gerlache's leadership skills, but he was impressed by the man's cool demeanor, saying, quote, "I cannot help but admire his daring. Ahead always. I shall follow him cheerfully and try and do my freedom." End quote. Regarding the others, he was especially critical of the scientific team, seeing them as weak and cowards. He wrote, quote, "The scientists are openly showing their fear. They are reluctant to go any further into the ice. Why, I ask, did we come here? Is it not to explore the unknown regions? That is impossible if you stay outside the ice." End quote. RabbiRothschild would keep pushing forward, and by the end of February, the Belgica was trapped in the Baltic Sea at about 70 degrees south. They now faced the winter in the Antarctic ice. No one had ever wintered south of the Antarctic Circle. The thing that was really crazy about the decision was how unprepared RabbiRothschild was for it. The ship had not brought enough proper clothing for such a thing. They didn't have enough food or manpower, and the men were furious when such a decision made for them without the right clothing. Still, the decision was done, and less than one of the expedition began to prepare for the coming winter by prepping the ship, removing seals and penguins, and improving food supplies. The crew did all right at the beginning of the ordeal, but once the sun disappeared, things started to slowly unravel. Depression, anxiety, and hopelessness took hold of the Belgica. The men had an overwhelming feeling that they were going to die in this desolate, isolated world. But not rolled Amundsen. He embraced the situation. To him, it was like the challenges thrown up past us because, such as Sir John Franklin, they had suffered, so could he. Amundsen had spent his time learning, mostly from Frederick Cook. Cook had with him an Indian clothing from Greenland. The wiki material actually lets a man avoid the brutal cycle of sweating and freezing in these low temperatures, and the two men worked together to design a new tent and new clothing for colder conditions. They took sledges onto the ice pack to test out, comparing them to snowshoes and skis. Amundsen, by the way, found manhandling, the idea of men pulling sledges on the ice, a foolish way to travel in polar conditions. It was brutally hard to do, sweaty, and inefficient. He vowed to use dogs and skis when he got the chance to explore. In Amundsen's diaries, he was very observational, always taking in things, making notes, often planning on how he would handle things in the future. Much of this is very limited. It was just him observing and learning. Amundsen and Cook, along with Shorty and Ponte, the expedition's second in command, talked about making a run at the South Pole the following year, assuming they actually got out of the ice. In addition to the mental challenges facing the men of the Belgica, the ship's crew would have a deadly physical obstacle: scurvy. Harrowing scurvy, which is a lack of vitamin C, was the scourge of many expeditions. It was often countered by providing them with lime juice or some other vitamin-rich seafood. No one knew what vitamin C was at this time. They knew that certain foods helped prevent scurvy, but they didn't know why. It wasn't long before men were getting sick from the disease, suffering from severe aches and pains, swollen and bleeding gums, weakness, fatigue, apathy, and malaise. It was Dr. Cook who would save the men. Cook drew on his experiences in the Arctic with the Inuit. How did they survive the winters without getting scurvy? Cook traced things back to their diet. For the winter, the Inuit stocked up on fresh meat, which they ate raw. And thus Cook suggested that the men eat raw or lightly cooked penguin and seal steaks. And he was on the right track. Raw meat contains traces of vitamin C, allowing the person to keep scurvy at bay. The problem was that the men hated seal and penguin meat. It was barely tolerated, and nobody thought Cook. However, if you cook it too much, the meat loses its vitamin C content. Of course, there was one guy who loved the raw meat, and he stayed healthy, and that was Amundsen. Again, this was just another test for him. He not only endured it, he embraced it, and unlike the rest of the crew, he thrived. Well, in time, others would see Cook and Amundsen avoiding scurvy and start to eat the seal and penguin meat, and they would get better. Those that didn't suffered, sometimes horribly. One man died of scurvy. Several others would, essentially have mental breakdowns. One would never recover. Okay, the long run of 1898 would continue, but the darkness did pass, and there was hope that the ice would let the ship go in the new year. But I want to stop and talk about an incident that would infuriate Amundsen. I mentioned earlier that Amundsen was the ship's first mate and the third in command. But then Amundsen discovered that all the other officers and scientists in Belgica, except Frederick Cook, had signed contracts with the Royal Belgian Geographical Society, one of the chief sponsors of the expedition, saying that a non-Belgian could not command the expedition. Thus, if something happened to RabbiRothschild and the company, which was not out of the realm of possibility with scurvy running rampant in the ship, Louis Manuels, technically the fourth in command of the ship, and a guy Amundsen disliked, would become the commander. This infuriated Amundsen, striking deep at his pride. He had never been given this contract, and he certainly never thought of. For him, this was a betrayal. Amundsen put his grievances in writing to Degar Lash. He said the contract robbed him of his rights and honor. It was a disgrace. He resigned on the spot, but vowed to do his job until the ship was free from ice. Degar Lash was stunned by Amundsen's reaction. He tried to dismiss the issue, writing a letter to Amundsen, insisting no one would usurp his position as first officer, and he begged ignorance as to the fact that Amundsen had not been given a copy of the contract. This did not mollify Amundsen, who would never forgive Degar Lash for what he saw as a betrayal. Going forward, Amundsen would do his job as expected, but his relationship with his commander, whom he had admired, was broken and with everything in repair. As the expedition moved into mid-January of 1899, the ship remained trapped in the ice. The men could see open water, but Belgica could not reach it. Frederick Cook would come up with an audacious scheme to address the situation. Using saws left over on the ship from its days as a whaler, he proposed the men cut a full-fledged canal from the ship to the open water. This was 2,300 feet, or 700 meters, through ice that was 3 to 6 feet thick. It would take weeks and require the participation of everyone on the ship. Without any other options on the table, the project began. Again, listen to the Belgica Expedition series if you want the details of all of this, because it is really cool. Also, I put a visual of how the men cut the ice to open water on our website, just in case you'd be curious. The sawing went on for 4 weeks, and also included the liberal use of explosives for when the ice got too thick. Interestingly, the man most skeptical of the entire enterprise was Amundsen. He grumbled it would never work, perhaps his judgment clouded by his bad feelings towards Degar Lash, no matter who was his friends in command. The project helped with the crew's morale as everyone got involved. They worked hard, got healthier, and saw slow but steady progress. There would be some delays and near disasters, but on February 15th, the Belgica managed to reach open water. The Belgica would spend another month weaving its way through the Arctic ice. One of the weirdest scenes involved the hanging of penguin carcasses on the side of the ship at key points to absorb the blows when the ship struck the ice. On March 14, 1899, the Belgica cleared the ice pack. She was free. The ship docked in Punta Arenas on March 27th. And with that, the expedition was over. There was no money or will to continue, but the Belgica would be considered a success. They had collected climate data, conducted a bunch of scientific experiments, and collected a ton of oceanic specimens. And the observations put together by men like Cook would be invaluable to the next explorers heading into the ice. Degar Lash and his men would return to Europe as heroes. Amundsen, like the rest of the crew, was no doubt thrilled to be back in civilization, but we can't forget who was furious at Degar Lash. He had said he would get the ship back to port and be done, and he kept his word. Amundsen departed the ship in Punta Arenas, escorting one of the expedition's crewmen, Adam Paulsen, back to Norway. Paulsen had suffered a mental breakdown after the blow on his phone. Amundsen was, for the most part, appalled by the events of the Belgica. In his eyes, he had literally been betrayed. The expedition had been underfunded, poorly equipped, and suffered from poor leadership. The international crew was divided, and the goals of the expedition had been far too murky. And worst of all was Degar Lash. While an exceptional sailor, he was secretive, weak, and indecisive as a leader. Amundsen never published an account of the expedition, but in his autobiography, he doesn't even mention the guy's name. That's holding a grudge. Through this, we learn that Amundsen was a man who valued loyalty and honesty and trust. Betray him, and you're dead to the guy. But have his back, and you are his friend forever, as we will see regarding Frederick Cook. Anyhow, those disappointments aside, Amundsen did exactly what he had set out to do, make himself an explorer. He learned a lot from the expedition, especially from Frederick Cook. By the time he came out of the ice, he understood about nutrition, clothing, gear, sleds, dogs, and so much more about exploration in a polar environment. He learned you needed to have goals, you needed to trust your men, and be honest and fair with them. You could not have divided leadership. In reality, a lot of what Amundsen learned was how not to conduct an expedition. When he was done, no one emerged from the Belgica expedition in a better place than Amundsen. He was smarter, wiser, stronger, and more ambitious than ever. One of the expedition's members, Polish meteorologist Antoine Dubowski, would say, quote, "Our voyage was the first school of that extraordinary explorer, the Napoleon of the polar regions, Amundsen." End quote. Amundsen returned to Norway, where he completed his final stint in the army. But even more than that, he had a plan in his head, one that had been forming there for over a decade. Amundsen would write to the great Fridtjof Nansen, the world's preeminent polar explorer and fellow countryman. Would he be willing to meet with Amundsen? Nansen was thrilled to do so. He had been thinking about getting together an expedition to the South Pole, and talking to Amundsen about his experiences would be great.
Organic,
The meeting
so
between the
organic.
two men went well, and it would begin a friendship that would last the rest of
Yeah, I
their
did some
lives.
shows over there and they
In
were
this
really great.
meeting, Amundsen presented Nansen with a plan, one that would harken back to Amundsen's hero,
There's
Sir John
intermission
Franklin.
straight shows over
He
there.
wanted to sail the
It
Northwest
worked out
Passage,
really well
which
though.
no
It's
one had
really
ever
cool.
done.
No, you should.
Nansen not only encouraged Amundsen, but he connected him with others who could help him with his goals. And so, that is where we will leave things for today. Old Amundsen had completed his first voyage of exploration, preparing himself to take the lead on his own expedition, a voyage to be the first to sail the Northwest Passage. This would be the Goa expedition. And so, that is it for today. I hope you've enjoyed the first episode in our series on Norwegian explorer Roald Amundsen. Thank you for listening. I will see you next time. The Explorers podcast is part of the Airwave Media Network. Go to airwavemedia.com for other great shows, including Classic Tales Podcast and The Film Ball.
Alright, something you know how this race thing works.
Hey guys, Mark Wahlberg here. You've heard me say
wait.
it before. Say it again.
I'm not, yeah.
This lesson is really powerful.
I'm not
It's a
Israeli.
40-day prayer challenge.
Yeah.
Every week with Jonathan Rose.
Yeah, no.
Schmitz, of course, yours truly. We are going through the incredible book The Way by St. Jose
Yeah.
Maria, screen by Ty, along with my buddy Chris
Yeah.
Pratt, that lead us through weekly fasting challenges where we'll meet millions of others around the world
Okay.
every
How
day
about
this way.
race-wise?
Stay tuned.
Race-wise, my mom
I
is
hate most
Irish
business podcasts.
and my
So
dad is
blah,
Russian.
blah, blah. Tell me your background. No, nobody has time for that.
Russian too,
I'm
yeah.
Jason Pfeiffer, editor-in-chief of
Yeah.
Arsenal Magazine and host of the podcast Problem
So
Solvers.
he's such an
So I
idiot.
know
He's a
you are
degenerate,
busy
yeah.
running a
He,
business and you
he
just
told
need
me the other day, he
answers.
goes, I was
I
like, oh
find
yeah,
them.
we're Russian, blah, blah,
Want
blah.
to
He's like,
increase
no,
trust
we're
as a
Polish.
leader?
And I was
I
like,
talked
who
to Whole
are
Foods
you? Like,
co-founder
are you
John
my
Mackey.
dad?
Want to manage your
Yeah,
time
I'm
better?
with you.
I talked to Google's in-house productivity expert. Straight to the point,
I'm from
30
Long
minutes or
Beach.
less. Just search for Problem Solvers.
Me too.
Probably like it so much over there just because you've been in California your whole life.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
Yeah, that's true. I've never been there.
From Disney on March 21st, the magical tale of Snow White, Snow White that started it all
I believe you're looking for me.
arrives in theaters.
Yeah, they did like
Experience the Disney classic
like, oh, where am I?
like
Yeah,
never
it's like right by the
before.
beach.
We haven't even introduced yet.
I'm in the houseboat right
Disney
now,
Snow
but
White,
technically
only in
that is
theaters
my
March
home base.
21st. Rated PG. Parental guidance suggested.
It's a couch.
This episode is brought to you by
Mattresses
Peacock.
on it,
The new
and
Peacock original documentary, Matthew Perry, a Hollywood tragedy, dives deep into the
there's so
beloved
many
actor's rise to
mattresses.
fame and his tragic death. 5 people,
Actually live in
including
Mexico
Perry's
City,
personal
the
assistant,
store.
2 medical doctors, and an alleged Hollywood drug dealer
Sponsor.
known as the Ketamine Queen, were charged with conspiracy to illegally provide
Mom's
Perry with the
watching
ketamine.
the Ustream
Explore
right.
the
My dad's
details of
name
the
is
case in
Larry.
this
You're
heartbreaking
killing
special,
us, Larry.
streaming now
Yeah,
only
he is
on
killing
Peacock.
us.
Larry's watching right now.
My mom is watching. You're good.
Where's mom?
Sorry for fucking people.
Look what you
Hello
created.
and welcome to the Explorers podcast. Today is the second episode in our series on Norwegian polar explorer Roald Amundsen. 2 notes for today, which I am actually
We have one
inserting
other
as we
regulator,
finish
right?
the
It
recording.
performs a
And these
brand
are
new
regarding
60
some
seconds
pronunciation
every single week.
inconsistencies.
We
First,
always
a
fund
couple of
the
times I
nursing
quote
side
author
of the
Stephen
website.
R. Bone, who wrote a biography of Amundsen. I call the Canadian author Stephen R. Brown. That's wrong. It's Bone. B-O-W-N. For smart at typing or perhaps autocorrect, but that's on me. And second is to say I am all over the board with the pronunciation of today's topic, the Yoa expedition. This is because there is a Joe Haven, which is what the locals say today use the J sound, Joe Haven. But the ship, from my research, is pronounced Yoa by the Norwegians. I recorded this episode and realized I'm constantly shifting my pronunciation from Joa to Yoa to Joe. Bad deal. Anyhow, it doesn't really affect the story, but sorry for the shifting pronunciation. Okay, that is it. On with the show. Last time we looked at the early life of Amundsen, and then took him on his first grand adventure, the Belgica expedition. This was the first expedition in the heroic age of Antarctic exploration. The Belgica had been frozen in for the winter, and Amundsen, the expedition's third in command, had been an important part of surviving the experience. Amundsen had learned a lot in his first expedition into the polar world, but probably the biggest takeaway was his desire to lead his own venture. Amundsen simply didn't trust others and felt betrayed by the Belgica's commander, Adrien de Garnache. And so, back in Norway in late 1899, Amundsen approached his fellow countryman and the world's most respected polar explorer, Fridtjof Nansen. He wrote to Nansen saying, quote, "Just returned home from the Belgian Antarctic expedition. I take the liberty of asking if Herr Professor would be interested in learning something of my voyage." End quote. And the answer was yes, Nansen was interested. He was actually considering an expedition to Antarctica and a try for the South Pole, and hearing Amundsen's tale would be valuable. Amundsen thus met with Nansen, and in that meeting presented him the idea of his own expedition, a voyage to complete the Northwest Passage by ship. Nansen approved the plan and encouraged Amundsen to move forward. Nansen would provide support in many ways, including connecting Amundsen with other people who might help him make his expedition a reality. This would begin a lifelong friendship between the two, although friendship might be a bit too strong of a word. The two men admired and respected each other, but it's not like they were drinking buddies. Nansen lacked a common touch with the people, and Amundsen thought he was, quote, too kingly, end quote. Anyhow, after completing his military service, Amundsen began to plan his expedition. It will feature all the hallmarks of what will become an Amundsen expedition. It will be well planned, well thought out, and impeccably executed. So, Amundsen was going to make a go for the Northwest Passage. Let's talk a bit about that. The Northwest Passage had been searched for almost from the moment Europeans arrived in the Americas. The names attached to searching for it include Henry Hudson, Martin Frobisher, and of course, John Franklin, Amundsen's hero. The quest for the Northwest Passage was about money, the desire to find a trade route to Asia. In 1845, the British put together an expedition of 2 ships and 129 men under veteran explorer Sir John Franklin. None of these men would ever return home. In the frenzy to find out the fate of Franklin, the actual Northwest Passage would be identified. This was done by Robert McClure, who went from the Pacific to the Atlantic side of the passage. McClure followed the route first by ship and then on foot before being picked up by another ship. McClure was, frankly, lucky to survive. But he had identified that the passage existed, only he had actually not sailed the entire length of it, instead traveling by sledge for a large part of it. Explorers had always been thwarted by the unpredictable ice of the polar regions. I've talked about this before on the show. One of the difficult things about polar travel is that the ice is terribly unpredictable. Water that is clear 1 year might be choked with ice for the next decade. Now, let us be clear. What Amundsen wanted to do, sail the Northwest Passage, was no longer an economic objective. It was usually blocked by ice, and the construction of the Panama Canal was in the planning stages. This meant the Northwest Passage would never be a viable trade route, but completing it would be a symbolic gesture, and not of respect to all those, like Sir John Franklin, who had lost their lives in the search for the passage. And of course, no one had ever done it. They were first appealed greatly to Roald Amundsen. He would thus have to raise money, get a ship, and hire a crew. He had some guidelines put together based upon his time in Belgica. This included the following. He wanted a small crew made up of highly trained and competent men. He wanted a smaller ship with a shallow draft, which would be better at navigating in a world littered with hidden shoals and icebergs. He wanted to not just command the expedition, but captain the ship as well. He did not want any divided loyalties amongst the crew. Now, to do all of this, Amundsen had to start by getting his captain's license so he could command a ship in international waters. He thus completed a 2-month voyage from Spain to Florida, earning him his license. On this voyage, he brought with him anything he could get his hands on about sailing in the polar regions. This included some recent books on expeditions to Franz Josef Land and Spitzbergen. Next, Amundsen decided to expand the scope of his voyage. Instead of just sailing the Northwest Passage, he would also try and find the location of the magnetic North Pole. Let me explain why. First, the magnetic North Pole had been located by James Clark Ross in 1831. Ever since then, scientists have debated if the magnetic pole was static or if it moved around. So if Amundsen could find it, he could compare the location to Ross's measurements, and the question would be answered. Now, science was never Amundsen's big thing. He disliked that it interfered with the primary goals of an expedition. But one of the things that he had learned was that many people expected exploration to be more than just trying to accomplish something cool. You had to have an altruistic motive, an element that would advance the knowledge of humanity, that sort of thing. If you could do that, more people would come up to support you. And so for this, Amundsen first went to the University of Christiania, who sent him out to Hamburg, Germany, and Professor Georg Neumann. Neumeier was a respected scientist who, by the way, had been part of the disastrous Bergen Hills expedition in Australia some 40 years earlier, which I covered a few years ago, and it's an awesome story, so listen to that if you haven't. Anyhow, Amundsen wasn't even sure Neumeier would talk to him, or even if what he was proposing was worth the trouble. But when Amundsen showed up at his door and told the aging scientist that he was interested in locating the magnetic North Pole, Neumeier said, quote, "Young man, if you could do that, you would be the benefactor of mankind for ages to come. This is the great adventure." End quote. And with that, Neumeier took Amundsen under his wing, teaching him all he needed to know about magnetic science and the methods for taking magnetic observations. This was not Amundsen's favorite thing to do, but he threw himself into it, being the first to arrive for his studies and the last to leave. Neumeier even introduced Amundsen to other scientists, explorers, and visitors. He expanded Amundsen's world. Of his mentor, Amundsen said, quote, "Never shall I cease to be grateful to this kindly old soul who so greatly encouraged me and helped me." End quote. In November of 1900, Amundsen would head back to Norway and have a second meeting with Fridtjof Nansen. He presented his detailed plan to Nansen, who gave it his blessing. For Amundsen, this was the true beginning of his venture. Nansen's blessing meant more than anything. Author Stephen R. Brown, in his biography of Amundsen, The Last Viking, said, quote, "Without that support, Amundsen's life as a famous explorer might have ended before it even began." End quote. Amundsen had together an outline of his voyage. He would travel light, use skis, dogs, and a small team. He would use polar clothing developed by the local people. He would look at polar explorations of others and learn from them. The small nature of the expedition also would be advantageous as it made things cheaper, and this venture would be privately funded. The expedition he proposed would take at least 3 years. Regarding money, Amundsen started to tap into his inheritance. As you know, he was not good with money. He disliked having to hustle for it, and would struggle to raise funds all of his life. Still, at this early stage, he had his own cash to draw upon. Next, Amundsen headed to the northern tip of Norway to the city of Tromsø, the home of the Norwegian sealing industry. Here he went looking for a ship and settled on a 29-year-old vessel named Gjoa. Quick note, the name Gjoa is spelled Gjoa. I just wanted you to know that so you aren't confused when you look at the spelling and see it doesn't necessarily look exactly like you would expect. Amundsen's upcoming venture would be called the Gjoa Expedition. The ship was not large, 70 by 20 feet, or roughly 21 by 6 meters, and coming in at 47 tons. It was sail-powered and had a shallow draft. This would allow it to operate closer to the coast than the bigger and heavier ships. In 1901, Amundsen took Gjoa on a 6-month voyage, running the vessel through conditions of all sorts. The crew hunted seals, walrus, and polar bears to finance the expedition. Amundsen was happy with the Gjoa, but after his trial run, he made 2 major adjustments to the vessel. First, he reinforced the hull with iron so that it would be able to better withstand the expected bumps in the ice. And second, a small engine was added. This was crucial as far too many ships had been a deadly end due to being caught in poor weather, dangerous waters, and unable to move the ship in the right direction. With the purchase of the Gjoa, Amundsen's money began to run out. He contacted scientific societies and people known to be patrons of scientific endeavors and asked for donations. But money was quickly drying up. It was then in Tromsø that Amundsen would meet their local pharmacist and newspaper correspondent, Fritz Zappa. Zappa is an interesting guy, and he would be a supporter and friend of Amundsen's for the rest of his life. Amundsen was reluctant to publicize his expedition. It just wasn't his style to boast about himself before he'd really done anything. But Zappa convinced Amundsen that he needed publicity to raise funds. Amundsen reluctantly agreed, and Zappa wrote an article about the upcoming venture, which led to a surge of financial support from the public. Zappa would even connect Amundsen with local suppliers to help him get equipment, clothing, and provisions for the expedition. And speaking of outfitting the expedition, Amundsen undertook that as well. For Arctic clothing, he would get stuff designed by the Sami, the indigenous reindeer herders of northern Norway. This included boots, coats, gloves, and sleeping bags. They were far superior to what was available in the south. They were similar to the Inuit clothing Amundsen had seen used by Dr. Frederick Cook on the Belgica expedition. In the spring of 1902, Amundsen would sail the Gjoa, its refit complete, to Christiania for the next phase of his project. He was already getting his crew together and continued to raise funds, purchase supplies, and test the ship and equipment, and practice how to make magnetic observations. In the summer, Amundsen went to London, where he met with Sir Clements Markham, the president of the Royal Geographical Society. He also arranged meetings with various English ship captains, veterans of the polar ice, and got their advice on this coming voyage. He next went to Dundee, Scotland, where he arranged to have a Scottish mail ship deliver a batch of supplies to an island off the coast of Greenland. He also arranged for this sort of thing with a Danish company who would deliver provisions to a town on the west coast of Greenland. Amundsen did this because he knew that the Gjoa, which was not that big, would be overloaded with people and gear and supplies. He could not carry everything he needed, thus he would pick up extra items as he progressed on his journey. Money became more and more of an issue for Amundsen. By now he had spent his inheritance, thus he again turned to Fridtjof Nansen for assistance. Nansen would, in turn, appeal to Oscar II, the King of Sweden, and Norway, which would have been for the loss of Denmark, and he helped Amundsen negotiate newspaper rights to his story. Financing publication rights creditors, Amundsen disliked this part of the job, but as the face of the expedition, it was required still. Amundsen gave his first public lecture in Christiania to the Norwegian Geographical Society in the fall of 1902. He was cagey about his plans, downplaying the Northwest Passage stuff, and instead talking more about the scientific aspect of the expedition. To be clear, Amundsen was not particularly interested in finding the magnetic North Pole. He figured it would just be a spot, nothing more. But it captured the public's imagination, so he kept playing it out. Either way, the assistance offered by Nansen was not strictly to help Amundsen. For Nansen, he saw a political element to the expedition. Amundsen's success would be a way to pump up Norwegian pride and raise the Wallaby nation's profile around the world. Amundsen was a proud Norwegian, but he had no interest in politics. And so Amundsen would continue to raise funds. He found the task tedious and undignified. He called the process of begging for money running the gauntlet. Nansen and Amundsen's brothers were of great help to Royal in this process. Outside of money, the next big thing for Amundsen to do was assemble his crew. He was offering good pay and wanted only the best. In hiring his crew, he was looking for resourceful men. It was said that the first thing a person could say to Amundsen when presented with a challenge was, "It can't be done." That was a sure way to knock him off the running. Amundsen, for the most part, showed himself a good judge of character. He picked men who displayed good humor, worked quickly, close-minded, condescending. The crew, besides Amundsen, would include Dr. Hansen, a 27-year-old lieutenant in the Danish Navy. He was the expedition's only non-Norwegian. He would be second in command as well as the expedition's navigator, geologist, and astronomer. He was also an avid photographer and was known to have a good sense of humor. Anton Lund, aged 39, would be the first mate. Lund had extensive sailing experience in the polar ice. He was the oldest man on the expedition. 33-year-old Helmut Hansen, another man with extensive experience in the ice, was hired as the second mate. Theodor Litzfeldt was the expedition's engineer and meteorologist, as well as blacksmith. He would also become one of the primary carers of the expedition's pack of dogs. He was 30 years old. Gustav Jarle, a gunner in the Norwegian Navy, was the second engineer and responsible for many of the magnetic observations on the expedition. At 25, he was the youngest member of the crew. Amundsen would praise the man for his friendly nature and good humor. The final person was Adolf Lindström, the 37-year-old polar cook, a veteran with more than 20 years at sea. Lindström had been a cook on the Fram from 1898 to 1902, and had been hired on the advice of Otto Sverdrup, the ship's commander. He was an expert at creating excellent meals with limited ingredients. Also, he was a cheerful man, eager to much, and was beloved by the crew. Lindström was also an expert handyman, which is valuable with a smaller crew. 2 observations. First, there was no doctor on the ship. The reason was that Amundsen didn't trust doctors, even though Frederick Cook had pretty much saved the Belgica a few years earlier. The reason for this was that Amundsen felt that doctors held a special aura in the eyes of many. They had learning and knowledge that others did not, and people were expected to heed their advice. This, Amundsen felt, threatened the supremacy of the expedition's leader, in this case himself. Amundsen had some basic medical training and brought with him a set of medical books. He felt that would be enough. This was, however, probably the most egregious decision made by Amundsen to downplay the role of a doctor on the ship because he felt threatened by their authority was short-sighted and risky. The second observation I had is that the expedition carried no scientists. Amundsen and others on the ship were trained to conduct scientific observations, but that was it. Again, Amundsen felt scientists, like doctors, held knowledge watch's status that might undercut the authority of the captain, Amundsen simply didn't want anyone who might split the team into rival camps. Now, in addition to all the gear and supplies and the crew, Amundsen will make another acquisition: dogs. His initial plan was to acquire dogs once he reached North America. But at this time, he had a meeting with Otto Sverdrup, who had just returned from a 3-year expedition indicating the Arctic as the commander of the band. While Sverdrup had used dogs as sleds on his expedition with great success, and had brought back to Norway a pack of dogs. Unfortunately, the animals were miserable in the warmer climate, so Sverdrup had given them to Amundsen. As spring of 1903 rolled around, Amundsen was nearly ready to depart on his expedition. He kept trying to wrangle more supplies and gear, but never ran out. He borrowed, but it wasn't long before he couldn't even pay back. Soon, Amundsen was dodging creditors who, knowing that he was leaving soon, were demanding he repay his loans. Lawyers were getting involved. It was only a matter of days before the law would show up and start repossessing stuff. Amundsen thus called the crew together and told them the situation. They all agreed to depart ahead of schedule. And so, on June 16, 1903, the Joa left the Oslo fjord at midnight in the middle of a storm. Amundsen just one step ahead of his creditors. He didn't breathe a sigh of relief until the ship was in international waters. Amundsen is said to have called the crew together and offered a toast, saying, quote, "Well, boys, we're clear of the creditors. All that matters now is that every man does his duty. That's easy. Still in bon voyage." End quote. For Amundsen, the time had arrived for his great task. He would write, quote, "The great adventure for which my whole life has been a preparation is underway. The Northwest Passage, a baffling mystery to all the navigators of the past, was at last to be ours." End quote. The Joa expedition was underway. There are a lot of smartwatch options out there to choose from, but for me, I am using one from Amazfit. Amazfit is a leading global smartwatch brand. They deliver cutting-edge technology with stylish design to deliver innovative smartwatches and fitness trackers that seamlessly integrate into any lifestyle. And Amazfit goes beyond basic fitness monitoring. With its focus on advanced health tracking, AI-driven coaching, and long-lasting battery life, Amazfit really delivers a next-level fitness experience. The Active 2 is my latest watch from Amazfit. It's designed for those who prioritize their health and fitness while valuing both functionality and style. You love the watch's long-lasting battery, super lightweight, and sleek design. Go to www.amazfit.com/explorers and use code EXPLORERS to get 10% off at checkout. That's www.amazfit.com/explorers to get 10% off with promo code EXPLORERS.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. A message for everyone paying big wireless way too much. Please remember, everything good in this world is soft. With Mint, you can get premium wireless for just $15 a month. Of course, enjoyable, okay? No judgment. Weird? Okay, no judgment. Anyway, give it a try at mintmobile.com/switch.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, equivalent to $15 per month required. Intro rate first 3 months only, and full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See full terms at mintmobile.com.
Roald Amundsen and the Joa sailed west. He was a very different man than he had been a few years earlier, even after the hardships of the Belgica. 3 years of planning, scheming, and working his tail off had culminated in the departure of the Joa. Stephen R. Brown, in his biography of Amundsen, said this of the man as he sailed off on his adventure. Quote, "The Northwest Passage beckoned, and the 31-year-old Amundsen looked like he had aged a decade. His hair had turned white, his face was lined, and his scalp showed some new baldness. The last fight he'd set off on his first great undertaking." End quote. The ship headed across the North Sea and into the Atlantic Ocean in the Greenland. Very soon it was clear that Amundsen was not running a typical expedition. He imposed no strict rules on the men. They all shared the work, but everyone knew his duties. Every man was captain, and every man was a seaman. The men appreciated Amundsen's democratic approach towards things. It made for a loose but efficient voyage. The key reason this had worked was that Amundsen had selected people who could be counted on to do their jobs. There were no slackers or malcontents. Now, one thing the men were not prepared for were the dogs. Amundsen let them roll on ship freely. Like people, they fought with each other, got bored, and were looking for food or mischief. No one liked that they had to clean up after them, but for the most part, the men enjoyed their company. Probably no one more than Amundsen, who loved the dogs. He writes about them at length, sometimes more than the crew of an expedition. He loved to observe their behaviors and dramas. The dogs had a strict hierarchy, led by 2 blood.
my god.
Ari,
Michael,
as the
alright.
elder, was the ultimate boss,
Oh, the
even
stance
over
is
the pack's
wrong.
alpha male, Gola.
Athletes, but for all
The
the
Joa
rest
sailed
of
around the
the
southern
idiot.
tip of
Oh,
Greenland, and then headed about 800 miles or 1,300 kilometers up the western coast,
oh shit.
reaching the small town
Oh
of
my
New
god.
Haven on
You
July
can already smell
25th,
like
which today is
250
called
pounds up here.
Tepeasuatsiat, although I am not sure I pronounced that
Oh.
correctly. No matter. Here, all the provisions Amundsen had ordered from the steppe supply were waiting,
Everything he
which
does
included
is
fuel,
food-oriented,
sledges,
Dan.
kayaks, and skis. The ship also added 10 more huskies.
Fuck yeah.
A week later, the ship was heading north, up the Greenland coast and across Margaret Bay. The Joa was aiming for a place called Valuable Rock, a small island about 600 miles or 1,000 kilometers up the coast and across from Lancaster Sound, which is the entrance to the Northwest Passage. Valuable Rock, which today is known as Agana, was a commonly used location by whalers and sealers and explorers to cache supplies or leave messages for others. Amundsen considered this part of the journey one of the most dangerous of the entire voyage, and that's because Northern Bay was littered with icebergs of 1,000 different sizes and icy fog, which made Bay brutally cold. The expedition would take time to hunt and fish as they slowly went north. The fresh meat meant the dogs ate well, although a mysterious ailment, which caused convulsions and paralyzation, would force Amundsen to put down 2 of the dogs. On August 12th, the Joa would sight land, Dalrymple Rock. This was where the Scottish whaling ship was supposed to put all the supplies Amundsen had ordered. By the way, this reveals something about Amundsen. The man was a planner. He organized not 1, but 2 supply pickup events in the Arctic. I mentioned last time that Amundsen saw no glory in overcoming the tragedy that he could have prepared for. I've said this often means Amundsen expeditions had less drama than his peers, but it is drama that sells newspapers and books. It's often easier to sell stories about a failed expedition with death and tragedy than a journey that was well-organized and efficient and successful. Anyhow, papers and books. It's often easier to sell stories about a failed expedition with death and tragedy than a journey that was well-organized and efficient and successful. Anyhow, at Dalrymple Rock, the men of Joa were surprised to be greeted by a small flotilla of kayaks. These were mostly the local Inuit, who Amundsen and his crew did not understand. However, with the Inuit were 2 Danes who were part of the Danish Greenland literary expedition. These men were collecting and documenting the customs and stories of the Inuit people before they were lost to the world. The time on the island was a good one. Amundsen's supplies were waiting for them, and they were loaded on board. Also, the Danes had lost their books and had nothing to read, so Amundsen gave them some items from his ship's library, including a set of gifted works. The Danes were thrilled and gave Amundsen 4 of their best sled dogs as a thank you. And speaking of dogs, they were let loose on the island, and Amundsen said the animals let out all their pent-up aggression and nerves on a big battle royale, the dogs all fighting to establish their place in the pack's hierarchy. Instead, it was vicious. From here, the Joa sailed west across Baffin Bay to the mouth of Lancaster Sound, about 250 miles or 48 kilometers. This was the entrance to the Northwest Passage and the eastern edge of the Arctic archipelago. The Arctic archipelago is all those islands above Canada. It encompasses about 1.4 million square miles of area, or 3.6 million square kilometers. There are more than 36,000 islands. It's a lot of snow, ice, and barren tundra. Food is scarce, as are resources. It is mostly uninhabited. Those that lived in this realm at the time were the Indians, who had survived by ingeniously adapting to the inhospitable cold. The expedition moved west through Lancaster Sound, conducting magnetic experiments along the way. The Sound was hallowed ground to Amundsen. His hero, Sir John Franklin, had confidently sailed into the passage some 60 years earlier, commanding one of the largest polar expeditions ever assembled. Bigger, however, doesn't necessarily mean better. The expedition reached Beechy Island, about 200 miles into the passage, or 385 kilometers, where they stopped and completed Arctic observations and measurements. Beechy Island was the last known stopping spot for the Franklin expedition. Several of Franklin's men were buried on the island. This gave the island special significance to Amundsen. He said he stayed up late one night, just staring at the island. He could see the dark outlines of crosses, marking the graves. After departing Beechy Island, the ship soon turned south, heading into Peel Sound. As a reminder, I'll link this on the website. This was the route that Franklin and his 2 ships had taken, although Amundsen bypassed a northerly excursion around Wallenballus Island. So the Peel Sound goes straight south. To the west is Prince of Wales Island, and to the east is Somerset Island. The Joa followed this route for about 250 miles or 48 kilometers. Here the waters opened up, offering options. To the west, the ship could sail into the Mackinac Channel. This was the route that Franklin had taken 60 years earlier, heading out into the channel and to the western side of King William Island. It was here that Amundsen deviated from his original route. Instead, he left the eastern coast and headed into the Ray Strait. This put the ship on the eastern side of King William Island. The Ray Strait is now big and at times very shallow. At one point, the depth was measured at a mere 3 feet or 1 meter. Again, here we see Amundsen's decision really paid off, as the Yoa was able to continue into the passage due to its shallow draft. This will be crucial, as we shall shortly see. The time was late August, and Amundsen and the Yoa had been blessed with mostly good weather. But that was about to change. On August 31st, storms and fog arrived, and very quickly the Yoa would run aground. Thankfully, the ship was free and completely propelled. Amundsen ordered the vessel to proceed at a snail's pace. The gas-powered engine was used whenever necessary to keep the ship away from ice and severe draughts. The decision to install the engine was proving to be wise and life-saving. Now, if the ice and fogs and storms cleared up, the Yoa would be installed for some real fun. Later that same day, a fire broke out in the engine room. The Yoa was loaded with 7,000 gallons of fuel and tons of explosives. If the fire had gotten out of hand and ignited those, the ship would have been obliterated in the explosion. The men would work for several hours before they successfully snuffed out all remnants of the fire. Thankfully, the engine was not damaged. The next day, September 1st, the Yoa would run aground its second time as she battled the weather near Maggie Island. This was far more serious than the previous day. No matter what Amundsen did, the Yoa stayed firmly stuck on the rocks. For 2 days, the Yoa was held captive. In fierce storms, the ship rolled back and forth and back and forth. Wood pieces floated to the surface as the hull's keel splintered. Amundsen was sure the ship was doomed, and thus he ordered the small boats filled with provisions, and plans were put in motion to abandon the ship. Albert Amundsen said, quote, "On me rested every responsibility, and the moment came when I had to make a choice, to abandon the Yoa, wait for the boats and let her smash up, or go meet death with all souls on board." End quote. It must have killed Amundsen to give the orders to prepare to abandon the ship. He was such a prideful man, but he was also a realist, and the situation was grim. However, Anton Moon, the ship's first mate, would present Amundsen with one final idea. He suggested that they throw a bunch of the cargo overboard to lighten the vessel. Amundsen agreed, and soon all non-essential stuff was being tossed overboard. This included much of the pemmican, which is the special mixed food for the dogs. And then, with a lightened ship and a powerful wave, the Yoa was lifted up and off the rocks. She was safe. Amundsen admonished himself for not having a lookout in the crow's nest at the time of the accident. Going forward, there was always someone up top to side out rocks and shoals that were threats. Now, it was September of 1903. That meant winter was not far off in the Arctic. And I want to remind you that Amundsen was planning on overwintering in the Arctic for at least 2 years. Next summer, the men would go searching for the magnetic North Pole using the dogs and sleds, and the following summer they would finish the Northwest Passage. And so, Amundsen began to search out a place for the Yoa to get frozen in for the winter. He would find a spot on the eastern coast of King William Island on September 9th. It was a small, sheltered bay. Around low hills protected the bay from heavy winds, and being on the eastern side of King William Island protected the ship better than from the crushing ice. As I mentioned earlier, this was in contrast to the Franklin expedition. They had been frozen in the ice on the other side of the island. There, the ice flowed into the channel, and the ship would endure years of shifting, grinding, thick ice. On the eastern side of the island, the Yoa and her crew were much better protected from such things. The island offered rich trees and new bits of grass, moss, and lichen, but it was safe. The location would be called Yoahaven, although the locals now call it Johaven. Amundsen ordered the ship unloaded in preparation to leave for the winter. The scientific hut was constructed on a nearby hill where humans were stocked with, and during this step would be responsible for collecting many of the efficient ingredients. On October 1st, ice began to form around the Yoa. 2 days later, they were frozen in. The men were taught to fish as much as possible, trying to build up their supplies for the upcoming winter. And it was not long before the caribou herds came by, and soon the men were hunting the great animals, bringing in over 100 of them in the coming weeks. It would provide the non-farmer dogs with enough fresh meat for winter. This was critical for keeping scurvy at bay. Amundsen, by the way, did not hunt. He had poor eyesight, and his family only allowed him to wear glasses. Plus, he simply did not like to hunt. He would do it for need, but nothing more. He would say,
Literally
quote,
lucky.
I cannot imagine shooting an animal for
What
pleasure,
a nice
end quote.
ovation. Thank you.
On November
Thank you for
29th,
that.
the expedition would have their
Meant
first
a
visit
lot.
from the local Inuit. These were the
Felt
Netsilik
good.
people, one of
I
the
don't know
most
if anybody's
primitive
had
of the
that
Inuit.
feeling.
Amundsen said the Netsilik were not threatened by the
Feel
Norwegians
that.
because they only saw
That's
them
even
with
how I
rifles,
felt.
which they didn't realize were weapons.
But to
No
feel
matter,
that.
Amundsen and the whole crew
You can
encountered the
feel a
locals,
certain way
and they
or
proved to be
feel
friendly as
something.
well as
I
enthusiastic
physically
camp
felt.
partners.
That's what I'm saying.
Here's the blacksmith, who forged iron arrowheads and
I
arrows to
physically
trade to
felt
the
it.
Netsilik.
It was
Amundsen
either
was
definitely,
fascinated by the native
I
people.
think it was love,
Despite
but it was
technologically
actually
being
more
barely past
energy
the
than
Stone
love.
Age,
That's
he
what I
quickly saw
felt.
they
It
could
was
learn much
wild.
from
It was
them.
like a wave.
Also, once this band of Netsilik got hardest, they would encounter others who fell them without the strangers, which led them to come and visit. This led to a steady stream of visitors and joint living. At first, the two sides could have talked to one another, but in time, they developed a clear understanding of one another, and interactions were positive. This was a boon to the men of the Gila. I mean, they were facing a number of the same-sex cases. At its heart, the arrival of the Inuit broke up the monotony and provided some single human contact. In some cases, it also provided sex. The Netsilik were of great interest to Amundsen for several reasons. First, there was the basic curiosity about them and their culture, and while Amundsen had little interest in science, without realizing it, he became quite the ethnologist. Let's remember, Amundsen was an observant and perceptive guy, so he ended up providing us with some of the first descriptions of the Netsilik culture, their life, and customs, and he collected all sorts of stuff from them, tools and wood and so forth. At one point in this early stage, Amundsen, alone and unarmed, went to visit a group of Netsilik, staying with them in their igloos. A second reason Amundsen was interested in the Netsilik was to learn how they survived in this harsh environment. He wanted to know about their clothing, their diets, their sleds. Whatever he could learn, it might give him an advantage going forward. One of the great takeaways from the Dutchbat expedition for Amundsen was Cook teaching him that because a culture was seen as primitive, it did not mean they had nothing to teach us. Amundsen embraced this and learned lots from the locals. By December, he had acquired Netsilik clothing and specimens of artifacts. On Christmas Day 1903, a Netsilik man, along with his wife and child, came to Gila River. A couple named Terio and Kyle Volo, and whose background problems with butchering, had been separated from their tribe. This was a difficult time in the Arctic. The caribou migration was over by the end of October, and the seals would be back until February. This meant getting food was difficult. The family of Cook was on refuge with the strangers. And you know what? Amundsen was thrilled to have Terio and Kyle Volo join them. The family built an igloo next to the Gila. The couple would end up helping out by doing a lot of domestic chores for the expedition members. And Terio would turn out to be a master igloo builder. Amundsen had him teach the team how to construct an igloo using many Inuit tools and techniques. And so, that brings us to 1904, and that is where I'm going to leave things for today. The Gila expedition was just getting underway. Amundsen and his men would have to survive the upcoming winter, and then they could head out on their next great adventure, the search for the magnetic North Pole. After that, they would continue on their voyage to sail the Northwest Passage. It would require Amundsen staying in good haven for not just one winter, but two. We will tackle that story next time. So that is it for today. Thank you for listening. I hope you've enjoyed our story this far. Please take care, and I will see you next time. The Explorers podcast is part of the Airwave Media Network. Go to airwavemedia.com for other great shows, including the great James Bond car robbery and History That Doesn't Suck with Professor Bernard Jackson.
Hey guys, Mark Wahlberg here. You've heard me say it before, but I'm going to say it again. You guys have to check out Howard. It's something really powerful. Including Dave Franchises. Every listen, it's like a video. Short parts where it's truly we are going through the incredible book, The Baby's Tale, by Rita Scriva, and highlight my guy Pratt. Lead us to the weekly fasting challenge and join me and millions of others around the world.
I do racism podcasts. So blah blah blah. Tell me your background. No, nobody has time for that. I'm Jason Pfeiffer, editor-in-chief of Magazine, and host of the podcast Problem Solvers. So I know you are busy running a business and you just need answers. And I find them. Want to increase trust as a leader? I talk to Whole Foods co-founder John Mackey. Want to manage your time?
Uninterrupted. Oh, look at I work for Undateable, so I deal with puns.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
That's right.
This episode is brought to you by Peacock, the new Peacock original documentary, Matthew Perry, A Hollywood Tragedy. Dives deep into the beloved actor's rise to fame and his tragic death. 5 people, including Harry's personal assistant, 2 medical doctors, and an alleged Hollywood drug dealer known as the Ketamine Thief, were charged with conspiracy to illegally provide Harry with the ketamine. Explore the details of the case in this heartbreaking special, streaming now only on People.
Ryan Reynolds here from April. A message for everyone paying big wallets way too much. Please, for the love of everything good in this world, with me, you can get premium wires for just $15 a month. Of course, Joy will pay, no judgments, if that's weird. Okay, no judgment. Anyway, give it a try at mintmobile.com/switch.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, equivalent to $15 per month required. Intro rate first 3 months only, then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See full terms at mintmobile.com.
The one catch is that I can't really tell jokes around the airport in front of my mom. I just spent
Greetings
today,
and welcome to the Explorers Podcast. Thank you for joining the fun. Today is part 3 of our series on Robert Amundsen. In this episode, we will conclude the Yoa expedition and become the first people to ever sail the Northwest Passage in the process. Now, before beginning, I want to remind you that there is a map of Amundsen's route through the Northwest Passage on our site, explorerspodcast.com. And that is it for the notes on part 3 of Robert Amundsen. Last time, we left Amundsen and the Yoa frozen at the ice of Jofurden on the eastern shore of King William Island in the Arctic archipelago. It was a safe place, away from the harsh winds and crushing ice. The expedition members had gotten meat by hunting caribou and had come into contact with the local Inuit, the Peninsula. By the end of 1903, the team had built an observatory for conducting scientific readings and started to trade for Inuit clothing. Also, some of the Metzelers had set up camp near the Norwegians, and Amundsen took the opportunity to learn from them. The men were taught how to build igloos, techniques for driving dog sleds, and simply surviving in the Arctic. Amundsen was open-minded about the Inuit, more so than the other men. He thought he could learn much from them, and dismissed the stereotype that they were lazy. What Amundsen realized was that the Inuit often operated at lower levels of intensity to prevent overexertion and sweating. This was a bad thing in freezing weather. A man or a woman would work hard, get sweaty, and find the sweat would freeze up. The wiki properties of the Inuit clothes helped prevent this, but also the simple fact that the Inuit understood the need to take their time, not overexert, to avoid sweating. But Europeans often labeled this as them being lazy. Anyhow, let's talk about Amundsen's plans. I want to first remind you that he was going to spend 2 winters at Jofurden for the upcoming summer, and his goal was to find the magnetic North Pole using the expedition sleds and dogs. Of course, there would be more going on, but the magnetic North Pole can't be a big deal. The team would then complete the Northwest Passage the following year in 1905. At least that was the plan. So the first thing Amundsen and his men had to do was survive the Arctic winter. At the same time, they had to take care of existing business, such as taking daily measurements of temperature, snowfall, wind speed, stuff like that. They also cataloged various plants and animals. Dr. Hansen and Peter Dick did a lot of the scientific observations. Amundsen did his share, but in time he slacked off, finding such things too dull. The others grumbled a bit about Amundsen's lack of attention to such things, and for the most part there was little dissension amongst the men. But the most important thing that was done that winter was preparing for the expected overland trip to reach the magnetic North Pole. For this, Amundsen turned to the Inuit. The men all traded for nets of clothing, which was made of reindeer or caribou fur. The individual hairs of these animals are hollow, making them very light and breathable. The men also learned to master the art of igloo making, and Turiao, the Netzel who, along with his wife and child, spent the winter with the Norwegians. But the most important thing the men of the Yoa did was learn about the dogs and sledges. Arctic dogs are the stuff of legend. The animals are big, fierce, loyal, and smart. They could also be vicious and stubborn. They were known to fight, sometimes killing other dogs, to establish their place in the pack's hierarchy. But one thing should be clear, these dogs were not pets, and the Inuit did not treat them as such. These were working animals. The treatment of the dogs by the Inuit was often seen as cruel and harsh by the men of the Yoa. But it was a cruel and harsh world these people inhabited, and they often lived on the edge of survival. The Inuit knew they could not be soft on the dogs, which were essential to their lives. In order to get the best response from the animals, Amundsen mimicked this treatment, which annoyed some of the men of the Yoa. Amundsen and the rest of the team would thus work to learn the art of leading a team of dogs across the sea and ice.
main guys,
Amar
like,
Hansen, the expedition's second
like
mate, turned out to
monsters,
be
some
a
of the best
natural
comedians
dog
in the world.
handler.
Like you would hit
No one could come close to
you
mastering
would
the
hit the
art of
CD
running a
player
dog
once
team
every
like
15
Hansen.
minutes.
Now, the plan to use the
That's
dogs
it.
to hit that
Pretty
window
much.
when an unknown illness
And
went
then
through the
and you
pack
saw
and many
what those
died.
guys were doing
There were
and how
births as
many
well,
years
but
it
by
took them
March
to doing that.
1904,
And
there
you're
were
like,
only
I
a
can
dozen or so
fucking do
dogs
that.
healthy and strong enough to serve on a sled team. This was going to limit Amundsen going
I
forward.
want to do that.
On March 1st, Amundsen set out on his first excursion with the dogs, which was to set up a supply depot in the direction of the magnetic North Pole. The main purpose was to get experience working with the dogs and the sleds. By the way, the magnetic pole was calculated to be about 90 miles to the north of Joehaven. The first sled run consisted of the dogs, two sledges, Amundsen, Gottfried Hansen, Peter Ristvedt, and Howard Hansen. And it was a disaster. It was simply too early in the year to head out, and the cold was brutal. On the second night, the temperature measured negative 30 Fahrenheit or negative 62 Celsius. Ouch. That is just brutal. And not just for the men, but the dogs. Amundsen found that the dogs had their limits with regards to the cold. In temperatures below roughly negative 60 degrees Fahrenheit or negative 50 degrees Celsius, the air was just too cold and the dogs' lungs couldn't work properly. Also, the men's skis and the sledge runners stuck to the snow in such temperatures. Plus, the petrol wouldn't burn, so the men struggled to melt snow for water. As a result, the men had to haul the sleds themselves. And as Amundsen learned in Antarctica, that was backbreaking work. At the end of each day, the men made an igloo to spend the night in. The first journey with the dogs and sledges would thus end after only 3 days. The supplies were dumped to be gathered later, and the men headed back to Joehaven. They had only managed to go 6 miles. Despite the problems, Amundsen learned from the excursions. He had started way too early and needed to wait for warmer weather, and he now knew the limits that the cold put on the dogs. Also, he realized that he didn't have enough dogs for more than one sledge, and thus for his next venture, he would scale down his plans. On March 16th, with the temperatures rising, Amundsen set out again on what was essentially another test run. This time it was just himself and Amar Hansen, one sledge and 10 dogs. The results were much better. The two men reached the supplies that had been cached earlier that month in less than 4 hours. 2 days later, they reached Navy Island, which is about 50 miles north of Joehaven. Here they ran into a large group of Netzled, 34 to be exact, heading towards the Sea hunting grounds. Amundsen and Hansen spent some time with the natives, traveling with them, and even got a gift, a pair of caribou fur underwear. I say that because it's kind of funny, but also because Amundsen really valued such things. Only the Netzled could make underclothing that was supple and not scratchy, and so spoiled on floating undies. Amundsen and Hansen would spend a few days learning how to work the dogs, and then return to Joehaven on March 25th. Next would be the real challenge, when Amundsen made a run for the magnetic North Pole. And that would happen on April 6th. This time, Amundsen took with him Peter Ristvedt instead of Hansen. The reason was the whole purpose of the journey was to conduct magnetic observations. Ristvedt and Amundsen were trained for that. Hansen was not. The two would be joined by their Netzler neighbor, Uriel, but he would depart after 2 days to rejoin his own tribe. Amundsen took 2 sledges, each with 5 strong, healthy dogs. Regarding the loads of the sledges, Amundsen, in his book, says each sledge had 500 to 600 pounds of stuff, or about 250 kilos. That's a bit much, but the dogs proved willing and eager to haul the loads. Now, a few things that Amundsen learned about during these early days of his trek to find the magnetic North Pole. First, the dogs were reluctant to head out into the void without a leader. They wanted someone or something to follow, and thus Amundsen took the going ahead, showing the team which way to go. Second, Amundsen made sure he didn't overwork the dogs, as he had learned from the Inuit, it didn't pay to force the dogs to do too much. Third, as noted, the loads the dogs were carrying were heavy but manageable, but not always. At times the sledges sank too deeply into the snow, making pulling them quite difficult. When that happened, Amundsen would tie all 4 of the dogs to a single sledge with half the provisions, then go ahead for whatever distance he desired. He would then unload all the supplies, turn around, and go back for the second load. This was a slow process, but it worked. Fourth, the dogs started to get fresh meat, courtesy of the Inuit seal hunters Amundsen encountered on his trek. Amundsen found the health of the dogs improved greatly when they got fresh meat, as opposed to eating plant food, the pemmican. In fact, he said the dogs started to turn their noses up at the pemmican. And fifth, Amundsen and Ristvedt were now sleeping in a tent, as opposed to building an igloo, which was a labor-intensive operation. The temperatures were not nearly as severe as a month ago, to around negative 20 degrees Fahrenheit or negative 30 degrees Celsius. Amundsen and Risvet pushed northward. Unable now to keep, Amundsen fell and broke the glass of the copper thermometer. Risvet headed back to New Haven with all the dogs and minimal supplies to get a new one. He covered the distance, 54 miles, or 87 kilometers, in just 24 hours. After taking a day to rest, he headed back, reuniting with Amundsen on April 21st. This is a great example of how efficiently someone could travel in the Arctic using dogs and sleds. The team continued north. On April 26th, they reached the location James Clark Ross had calculated to be a magnetic north pole back in 1831. This was on the Boothia Peninsula near Cape Adelaide, about 100 miles north of Joehaven, 160 kilometers. The Norwegians did their calculations and concluded the magnetic pole was not at this location, and that would prove that the magnetic pole was not a stationary point, but moved around. Amundsen was not particularly impressed by this. He wasn't a scientist, and he just kind of shrugged at the revelation. For 3 weeks, Amundsen and Risvet traipsed around the Boothia Peninsula, seeking to nail down the exact location of the magnetic pole. Along the way, they would have encounters with the local Inuit. The 2 of the dogs would disappear, partly killed, after they were chasing after a polar bear. At one point, Amundsen injured his ankle, forcing the 2 men to stop for a week so he could recover. Also, Risvet would have to put down one of the dogs. Amundsen found that he and Risvet could eat the dog meat, and even more importantly, he found the dogs would eat the dog meat. That fact would be important on the South Pole expedition. Regarding the magnetic North Pole, Amundsen never actually figured out its exact position. From what I understand, the closer you get to it, the more wonky magnetic readings become. In his book, he says, quote, "We were very near the magnetic poles, both the old and the new, and probably best with both of them," end quote. In reality, Amundsen knew he had not hit the exact spot, but he sort of glossed over that in his book. It's believed that he got within 30 miles of the magnetic pole. All of his life, he lamented not actually reaching this pole, not because he really cared about doing so, but more because it represented something that he had not quite been able to accomplish, that irritated the man. Still, by reaching Ross's pole location, he had proven that the magnetic pole could move. That, above all, was the most important thing. Amundsen was planning on continuing his explorations in the Arctic, but when he reached a supply depot that he and his team had set up, he found it being ransacked by the Inuit, and thus, with his provisions running low, he returned to Joehaven on May 27th. As I said, he had not reached the magnetic pole, but he had proved it was not a static location. There are a lot of smartwatch options out there to choose from, but for me, I am using one from Amazfit. Amazfit is a leading global smartwatch brand. They deliver cutting-edge technology with stylish design to deliver innovative smartwatches and fitness trackers that seamlessly integrate into daily lifestyle. And Amazfit goes beyond basic fitness monitoring. With its focus on advanced health tracking, AI-driven coaching, and long-lasting battery life, Amazfit really delivers a next-level fitness experience. The Active 2 is my latest watch from Amazfit. It's designed for those who prioritize their health and fitness while valuing both functionality and style. You will love the watch's long-lasting battery, super lightweight, and sleek design. Go to www.amazfit.com/explorers and use code EXPLORERS to get 10% off at checkout. That's www.amazfit.com/explorers to get 10% off with promo code EXPLORERS.
From Disney on March 21st, the magical tales
Snow White, Snow White.
Snow White that started it all
I believe you're looking for me.
arrives in theaters.
Magic mirror on the wall.
Experience the Disney classic
Who's the fairest man of all?
like never before.
We haven't been in ocean.
Disney Snow White, only in theaters March 21st. Rated PG, parental guidance suggested.
Roald Amundsen and his team settled in for another year in the Canadian Arctic. The men conducted magnetic observations and tested skis and sleds. Another observatory was built, and other excursions were made to map places and to set up supply depots for future treks. It was all part of Amundsen's penchant for planning and preparing. When the ice broke up, Lieutenant Hansen took a small boat and sailed west into the Simpson Strait. He plotted out a route for where the Euro eventually did continue on the journey. Amundsen found that the most valuable things he learned in Joehaven were from the peninsula. Example, he learned how they coated their sled runners with ice to allow them to move smoothly on the ice and snow. There was an artistry to it. Amundsen would spend a lot of time with the Netzlek. He traded clothing and other items, and he formed some genuine friendships with them as well. The Norwegians were visited by 10 different tribes during their time in Johaven. Not all were friendly. Some of the Inuit were ill-tempered or interested in eating, but for the most part, the encounters were positive. The interactions with the Inuit also offered opportunities for sex for the men, which happened, although Amundsen officially discouraged such relations. By the way, there are stories that Amundsen fathered a child with an Inuit woman during his stay in Johaven. This rumor persisted for decades until descendants of the woman offered up their DNA for testing. Amundsen, it turned out, was not their ancestor, but it doesn't mean that one of the other men from the expedition wasn't the father, and it certainly doesn't preclude the possibility that Amundsen had relations with Inuit women. Another thing I want to mention about Amundsen's time at Johaven was the interpersonal relationships between him and his men. Amundsen likes to portray things as all pleasant and happy, but there were cracks to it all. It's bound to happen after spending so long a time with the same small group of people in a single place. But for the most part, any grumblings and complaints were minor. As I noted, some of the men were annoyed that Amundsen went off on excursions while they sat around playing in Johaven, or that he left all the mundane work, like magnetic observations, with others. So much for every man doing his duty. But that sort of thing was minor, considering the circumstances the team got along well. Credit Amundsen for picking men who were friendly, hardworking, and responsible. Another reason for this was the cook, Adolf Lindstrom. Lindstrom was this big, heavy, happy man. Everyone loved him. He always had a smile on his face and a good word for the men. And his food was first rate. Fish, deer, caribou, seabirds. He was adept at turning whatever he had into a tasty meal. Having good food and a variety of it was a highly underrated element of a polar expedition. I talked about this at length in the Belgica series. Amundsen had seen that the hatred of the bland food served to the good was a powerful rallying point for discontent. It's weird to say that, but it was true. It was something that all the men could agree on, which is not always a good thing when you're unhappy. Decent food was essential to your crew's well-being, and Lindstrom provided that. In the summer of 1904, Amundsen considered another look at the magnetic North Pole, but his dogs were not doing well, and he nixed the idea. The winter of 1904-05 was pretty much the same as the first, although approximately 60 Netzlek from 18 different families would spend the winter at Johaven. In the spring of 1905, Amundsen considered doing another major excursion with the dogs, but Gottfried Hansen, the expedition's second-in-command, was interested in exploring. Amundsen thus did not conduct any big runs that year. Lieutenant Hansen, along with Whitstead, departed Johaven on April 2nd, heading northwest. They had a dozen dogs and 2 sleds. It was an eventful journey, the men encountering Inuit hunters and polar bears. Hansen contributed a detailed supplement about the adventure in Amundsen's book on the expedition, which is titled The Northwest Passage. They returned on June 25th, having traveled for more than 800 miles, or 1,400 kilometers. On Victoria Island, they mapped roughly 150 miles, or 240 kilometers, of uncharted coastline, some of the last stretches of unexplored shores in North America. While Hansen was off on his run to Victoria Island, in late May at Johaven, there was a surprising and welcome event. The mail arrived. Okay, not the mail, but at least some contact with the outside world. Word of Amundsen's arrival had spread south via the Inuit, reaching Canadian authorities. Upon hearing this, officials bundled up some stuff, mostly newspapers, and had one of the Netzlek delivered them to Johaven. The men were thrilled to get word of the outside world. Also, the Canadians sent along a letter offering aid if it was needed. As summer moved on, Amundsen and the men of the expedition prepared to depart Johaven. They dismantled their observatories and carefully packed away gear and instruments. And Amundsen gifted the wood and iron from these structures to the locals, who were thrilled by the gesture. One of the Netzlek, a man named Kalu Maktu, had expressed interest in coming with Amundsen and seeing the rest of the world. Kalu Maktu is one of the most talked about of the native people in Amundsen's writings. Amundsen considered him a friend, and he even came to live on board the Yoa. The idea of having a native on board was appealing, as it would help with communicating with other tribes they were about to encounter in the future. However, Kalu Maktu backed out as the date to depart neared. The thought of leaving his family and friends in the world was just too much. Others were interested in sailing with the Yoa, and Amundsen eventually settled on a young man, around 17 years of age, named Manny, who would prove to be a valued addition to the crew. On August 13, 1905, the ice broke up and the Yoa set sail. The men said goodbye to their Inuit companions of 2 years. The The Arctic residency had led to many stories, much of which are documented in Amundsen's book on the expedition. Relations with the locals had been good. Amundsen, in particular, respected the Inuit and was grateful for all they had done. The others in the expedition tolerated the locals, but for the most part appreciated having them around. But now everyone was eager to move on. The Yoa headed west into the Simpson Strait. This is a natural, shallow waterway that separates King William Island to the north from the mainland to the south. The Simpson Strait measures about 40 miles or 65 kilometers long and is between 2 and 10 miles wide, or 3 to 15 kilometers. No ship had ever gone through the Simpson Strait. It is not only narrow, but incredibly shallow and filled with innumerable rocks, shoals, and treacherous currents. The man had to constantly be on watch. The ship's motor would prove to be invaluable over the next few days as the Yoa navigated the strait. It allowed the ship to move quickly when needed to avoid running aground or striking an underwater object. On the voyage through the Simpson Strait, the Yoa passed a place called Hall Point. This had been visited the previous summer when Helmut Hansen and Godfrey Hansen had explored the strait in a small boat. Here they had found 2 skeletons thought to be European. The men guessed that these remains had been freed from the Franklin expedition. They had buried the bones in a cairn. As the Yoa passed, the flag dipped in honor of those who had fallen before them. The Yoa exited the Simpson Strait, then headed across Queen Maud Gulf and the Victoria Strait. They reached Cape Colburn on August 17th, the easternmost point that had been reached in these waters by any ship coming from the Bering Strait. The Yoa continued west, entering a series of channels, the East Strait, Coronation Gulf, and then the Dolphin and Union Straits that led to the Amundsen Gulf in the west. This series roughly 400 miles, or more than 700 kilometers. If you look at a map, this is the narrow, somewhat winding route between mainland Canada and Victoria Island and Banks Island to the north. The problem with this route is that it is often narrow, shallow, and dangerous for larger ships. At one point, the Yoa found itself only inches away from the bottom of the channel, and fog was a constant threat. Despite these challenges, the voyage through the passage went well, and they came out on the other side on August 21st. Of it, Amundsen wrote, quote, "My relief over thus having cleared that last awkward stretch of the Northwest Passage was indescribable." End quote. The Yoa continued west, and 5 days later they sighted another vessel, an American whaling ship. Amundsen took a small boat over to visit the vessel. The captain, James McKenna, greeted him by saying, quote, "Are you Captain Amundsen?" End quote. Amundsen was surprised to find people asking about him by name. But after he acknowledged who he was, the American explained that Fridtjof Nansen had encouraged the United States government to alert the whaling companies about the possibility of running into the Yoa. When McKenna found out that his ship was the first to encounter the Yoa, he said to Amundsen, quote, "I am exceedingly pleased to be the first one to welcome you on getting through the Northwest Passage." End quote. Amundsen spent some time catching up with the Americans, who gave him updated charts of the surrounding area, plus bags of potatoes and onions. The men had had neither of those for 2 years. Now, Amundsen had completed the Northwest Passage, but he still had to get home. The Yoa was 1,000 miles, or 1,600 kilometers, from young Alaska in the Bering Strait, and unfortunately, the ice was already forming in the Beaufort Sea. There was no way the vessel was going to reach the Bering Sea this late in the year. They would thus have to spend a 3rd winter iced in the Arctic. Amundsen was directed to Herschel Island off the Canadian mainland, not far from the Alaska-Canada border. This was a common place for whaling vessels to haul up for the winter. And so, it was near Herschel Island that the Yoa would settle in for the winter. The men went hunting and gathered food. They built an observatory for taking magnetic and meteorological readings, and they tried to set things up so the winter would be as manageable as possible. Now, Amundsen had a problem in that he really wanted to tell the world that he had finished the freaking Northwest Passage. I mean, people have been trying to do this for centuries, and he had done it. He was deadly afraid the news of his accomplishment would reach the outside world ahead of him. And so, on October 24th, 1905, Amundsen joined the coastal run over the west. This consisted of a pair of Inuits using snowshoes and William Lowe, the ship captain, leading a team of dogs. Amundsen would travel on skis. The group reached Fort Yukon at the confluence of the Yukon and Porcupine Rivers on November 20th after 300 miles. In doing this, they crossed the mountain pass at an elevation of more than 3,000 feet, or 915 meters. Eventually, the sledge had to be swapped out for an Inuit to draw them, and the group ran into deep powder in the mountains, and and Amundsen changed his skis for snowshoes. However, Fort Yukon had no telegraph, so Amundsen pushed on another 200 miles to Eagle City, Alaska. Along the way, there were other small settlements and camps. When Amundsen reached Eagle City on December 5th, the temperature was negative 47 degrees Fahrenheit or negative 52 degrees Celsius. The town had a small military outpost, Fort Egbert, and most importantly, telegraph service. Amundsen would send a telegram to Friedrich Nansen at 75 cents a word. It was 1,000 words. Quick math there says $750. That is a lot of cash for the time. Amundsen had no money, so he sent a collect. In the telegram, Amundsen not only told Nansen about their journey, but he asked that the families of the men be contacted. He also asked that letters from family members be sent to him in Eagle City. Amundsen was lucky he got the message out, as the telegraph wire went down shortly thereafter due to the extreme cold. Amundsen now settled in at the home of a local merchant for the next 2 months, as it was too cold to try and go back to Iowa. Plus, he wanted to wait for the letters to arrive at Eagle City from family and friends back in Norway so he could take those messages to his ship. Now, regarding Amundsen's telegram, there is more to the story I want to share. Remember, Amundsen, with the help of Nansen, had negotiated exclusive rights to his story with a variety of publications, including the Times of London. The problem was that the telegraph was not a secure way to send a message. In Seattle, a man named Major Glassford held the telegram for 3 days, as he was not sure who was going to pay for its transmission. It wasn't until the Norwegian diplomatic office guaranteed payment that it was sent on. And if you think that's bad, well, it will get worse. And that's because Glassford shared the contents of the telegram with others, and it wasn't long before word spread around the world about the voyage of the Iowa. This was a big financial loss to Amundsen, as newspapers refused to pay for the exclusive story that had already spread. Nansen was furious about it as well, and ordered the $750 charge not to be paid due to a violation of trust. Amundsen would later write to Nansen's brother and say, quote, "In the future I will try and be more careful," end quote. This incident perhaps fueled Amundsen's distrust of the press. Now, while in Eagle City, Amundsen would get some welcome news. Norway was now a nation. On June 5, 1905, Norway and Sweden had a peaceful separation. Norway now had a monarch, King Haakon VII. He had been imported from Denmark, where he had been Prince Karl, and a distant relative of Norway's medieval kings. Amundsen was thrilled at the news, and without realizing it, he would become one of the young nation's first heroes. Amundsen departed from Eagle City on February 3, 1906, taking a dog sled back to Iowa. This journey was much faster as the snow was better. He completed the 500-mile journey on March 12th, or about 5 weeks. The men of Iowa were overjoyed to get letters from family, and they were thrilled at the news of Norway's independence. The first thing they did was raise the Norwegian flag on the ship. A few notes about the men of Iowa during the time that Amundsen was away and the months after his return. First, the team went on hunting trips, covering hundreds of miles during their stay. There are tons of stories, polar bear encounters, interactions with the local people, that sort of thing. And second, there would be 2 deaths. The first was Manny, the Inuit youth who had joined the Iowa the previous summer. Not long before the Iowa departed the area, he was out on the ocean in one of the small boats. While fishing, he fell overboard and was lost at sea. It was a tragic loss, as the young man had been cheerful and well-liked and respected. He had become a good hunter and was being taught to read and write by Lieutenant Hansen. The other death was Gustav Vick, the expedition's youngest member. Not long after Amundsen returned to the Iowa, Vick became ill, dying on March 31st. He was buried in the observatory the men had constructed the previous year, a nod to the young man's work conducting many of the expedition's magnetic observations. It is not known how Vick died, but some suspect appendicitis. Let's remember, Amundsen did not bring along a doctor. Could Vick have lived if one had been in the Iowa? Possibly, but we really don't know. A burst appendix was likely a death sentence, doctor or no doctor. Anyhow, the ice around Herschel Island would break up in the summer, and on July 11th, the Iowa set sail. They entered the Bering Strait on August 31st, and a short while later reached Nome, Alaska. The locals turned out to celebrate the conquerors of the Northwest Passage. From Nome, Amundsen caught a steamship bound for San Francisco, while Lieutenant Hansen followed with the Iowa. The reception in San Francisco was elated, as the city had been devastated by a massive earthquake some 6 months earlier. Amundsen would give some lectures in the area while he waited for the Iowa to arrive, because remember, he had left Norway heavily in debt. He needed cash to pay off his creditors, who were already contacting him asking for their money. The Iowa reached San Francisco on October 19th. The crew then took a train east as the Ura was in rough shape and in no condition to sail back to Norway. A year or so later, the ship was presented as a gift to the city of San Francisco and put on display in the Museum Park until 1972. It was then returned to Norway. Today, you can see it at the Fram Museum in Oslo. As for Amundsen, he conducted a whirlwind tour of the United States: Seattle, Chicago, Milwaukee, Washington, D.C., Philadelphia, just to name a few of his stops. In New York, he received letters of congratulations from Norway's new king, as well as President Theodore Roosevelt. Amundsen quickly found out that he was not fond of the lecture circuit, as so many other explorers had discovered in their lives. Telling the same stories, answering the same questions over and over, just got old, especially for a person such as Amundsen. He also struggled a bit because he wasn't fluent in English. It made him a little more self-conscious about things. But the lecture circuit meant money, and thus Amundsen treated it as a necessary evil. Amundsen and his crew, now reunited, boarded a steamship on November 8th and arrived in Norway as heroes. The ship was escorted into Christiania by a Norwegian battleship to the cheers of the nation. And with that, the Yoa expedition was over. Old Amundsen had sailed the Northwest Passage, a quest that had begun as a 15-year-old boy. His sailing of the passage was notable, but in reality, it was not something that changed history. But you know what? It was a hell of a feat. It was something that had been hanging out there undone for centuries. It had cost the lives of hundreds, maybe thousands of men. People had dreamed of sailing the passage. No one had done so until Amundsen. And we can't forget, there were important things that Amundsen had done. He had identified that the magnetic pole was not static. Scientists loved this information. He and his men had charted all sorts of coastline that had never been mapped, and the ethnographic information Amundsen brought back on the Uru was priceless, stuff that people still study to this day. But probably the biggest thing for Amundsen was the lessons he learned. He learned to be a better captain, sailor, and leader, and he learned so much about surviving in polar conditions, mostly from the Uru. He learned about their clothing, their tools, and how to handle dogs and sleds. It's stuff that he paid very close attention to, and stuff that he will be using in the future. Okay, so Amundsen and his men went back. They were heroes. There were medals and awards and banquets. Amundsen was the keynote speaker at a big ceremony on May 17th, Norway's National Day. That stuff was all great, but Amundsen needed money, so the lecture circuit beckoned. As I said, he didn't care for lecturing, but he did it out of necessity. On February 11th, 1907, Amundsen went to London to give a presentation to the Royal Geographical Society. This had always been a dream of his. His heroes had stood before the society and gave lectures or presented papers or received medals. So for Amundsen to be in the shoes of men like Franklin and Nansen, well, that was special. Now, despite some concern about his lack of fluency in English, the lecture went well. But there was a cool reception from the English press, as well as from the public in Great Britain. People have said that this was a response to Amundsen simply not being British. You have to remember that the Northwest Passage is associated more with England than any other nation. Countless lives, ships, and fortunes had been lost searching for the passage. Almost all of these had been British. There was a feeling amongst many in the nation that it should have been an Englishman, not a Norwegian, who had completed the passage. I don't think there's anything personal against Amundsen, but just a general disappointment that one of their own had not completed the passage and thus regained the honor of men such as Sir John Franklin. Anyhow, in 1907, Amundsen toured Europe, wrote some articles, and continued to figure out how to pay off all of his creditors. And then on October 27, 1907, a New York Times reporter asked Amundsen what was his next adventure. Amundsen's reply: discover the North Pole. And the North Pole will be Amundsen's next great goal. But as we know, his penchant for running a nimble operation will, to the surprise of the world, take him to the opposite end of the world, the South Pole. And it will not be without controversy. But that, my friends, is for next time. That is where we will wrap up our story for today. I hope you enjoyed this story. Please take care. I will see you next time. The Explorers Podcast is part of the Airwave Media Network. Please go to airwavemedia.com for other great shows, including the U.S. versus China Face-Off and Historical Blindness.
Hey guys, Mark Wahlberg here. You heard me say it before, and I'll say it again. You guys have to check out Howard. This nephew is doing something really powerful. It's a free day for a child. Every Jonathan Rooney, Harvey Schmitz,
First of all, I'd like to say
incredible,
thank
but
you
the
for
way
taking
they
a break
say
from
hilarious
all
feedback
the
that I,
listening
along
and
with
debates to
everybody,
be here
try.
tonight.
You need us, we need
I
Yeah,
hate
since you
most
came on my
business
show, fuck you. You get
podcasts. It's
my
all
vote here.
blah, blah, blah. Tell me your
I like
background.
your
No,
style, Jay.
nobody
I'll
has
even
time for
stand
that.
up.
I'm Jason Pfeiffer,
Pretty
editor in
much.
chief
You're
of
on last
Outlier
show again.
Magazine
Last
and
week.
host of the
You're with your
podcast
school teacher?
Problem Solvers.
Yeah.
So I
Okay,
know
gotcha.
you are busy
Yeah.
running
What's
a
she teaching?
business and you just need answers. I find them.
That's right. Now I
Want to
remember
increase
that.
trust
You're
as
a
a leader? I
substitute
talked to
teacher.
Whole Foods
You just
co-founder
started
John
doing
Mackey.
stand-up a
Want
couple
to
months
manage your
ago.
time better? I talked to Google's in-house productivity
She's
expert.
working just
Straight to the
making that
point,
fire.
30 minutes or less. Just search for Problem Solvers.
You stopped ironing your shirts. You took a huge stance against it a few months ago, right? Are you
You're
married?
listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
Disney on March 21st, a magical tale,
Snow White, Snow White.
Snow White, that started it all,
I believe you're looking for me.
arrives in theaters. Experience the Disney classic
Who's the fairest one of all?
like never before.
We haven't been in the ocean.
Disney Snow White, only in theaters March 21st. Rated PG, parental guidance suggested.
This episode is brought to you by Peacock. The new Peacock original documentary, Matthew Perry, a Hollywood tragedy, dives deep into the beloved actor's rise to fame and his tragic death. 5 people, including Perry's personal assistant, 2 medical doctors, and an alleged Hollywood drug dealer known as the Ketamine Queen, were charged with conspiracy to illegally provide Perry with ketamine. Explore the details of the case in this heartbreaking special, streaming now only on Peacock.
Awkward to watch you do it, and that was just creepy. But I felt like you did better than last week. I don't know why, but
I would just love to make
Hello
you
and
get
welcome to the Explorers
off of your,
podcast. Today is part
finger out
4
of
in
your
our
cheek
series
and
on
just
Roald
snip it and
Amundsen.
send it to all your
Let's get
students
right
that
to
you
things.
mentor.
Last time we left Amundsen in Norway in 1907. He completed the Northwest Passage, a goal he had dreamed about since his teenage years. I want to point out that Amundsen had accomplished his goal by preparing as thoroughly as possible. You could say he was obsessive in his preparations. The selection of the crew, the ship, the gear, the supplies, it was all very carefully thought out and done for a reason. He rarely settled for anything less than what he wanted. And let's not forget, he had proven to be brave, daring, and resourceful. It meant that the Yola expedition had gone smoothly. Amundsen had sailed the passage as he had planned and proved the magnetic North Pole was not a static location. The one major black mark was the death of one of the ship's crew, and that man's death may have been from appendicitis and not really related to the circumstances of the expedition. To me, the amazing thing is how well things did go for Amundsen. No, it was not perfect, but I have done this podcast for a long time now, and I really respect and admire when an expedition is well planned and executed. And the Yola expedition certainly falls in the category of well planned and executed. And so Amundsen was now a hero in Norway, which had only been a nation for 2 years. He hit the lecture circuit in Europe and then the United States, mostly to pay off his creditors. He really didn't care for lecturing, but if it paid the bills, he would do it. At first, Amundsen was a little stupid as a speaker, but in time, he got good at it. He knew what entertained people, and was not shy about discussing some of the more lurid and shocking aspects of his travels. Anyhow, it was in late 1907 that Amundsen announced that he was interested in making a go for the North Pole. Ah, the North Pole. That and the South Pole were the last great unconquered spots on the planet. Well, unless you count Mount Everest, but that is a different story. Anyhow, the poles were a place that had fascinated scholars and scientists and all sorts of people for thousands of years. Some speculated that those were lush and fertile lands, capable of having millions of inhabitants. But the advances of explorers in recent years had made it clear that the poles offered some of the most inhospitable lands for ice caps in the world. Now, runs at the South Pole had already been attempted, the most notable by Robert Falcon Scott, along with his junior officer Henry Shackleton, a few years earlier on the Discovery Expedition. Shackleton was planning his own venture, the Nimrod Expedition, which would launch in August of 1907. As for the North Pole, Fridtjof Nansen had set his farthest north record on the first Fram expedition more than a decade earlier, reaching a latitude of 86 degrees, 13 minutes north, or about 230 miles, or 370 kilometers, from the North Pole. The terrain had been too rugged and fractured to allow him to go any further. In 1900, the Reggio of the Italian Royal Navy passed Advance's mark by about 25 miles, or 20 kilometers. But others were eyeing up the North Pole, just like Amundsen. The 2 most prominent explorers talking about the North Pole were Americans, Albert Perry and Dr. Frederick Cook. Perry, an American naval officer, was one of the most renowned further explorers in the world. He was well respected and had 20+ years of experience in the Arctic. Cook was Amundsen's best friend from the Celtic expedition. He also had lots of polar experience. They were informally rivals. But Amundsen decided the North Pole would be his, and he thus set out to organize an expedition. The first thing he did was to contact Fridtjof Nansen and ask about borrowing a Fram for his own endeavor. Now, I want to point out that the Fram was not Nansen's. It was owned by Norway, but as the nation's most respected and honored explorer, he pretty much had dibs on the ship if he wanted it. Nansen had to think long and hard about the request. The man was in his late 40s, but he still had a desire to go adventuring and knew his window to go exploring was closing. He was convinced that an expedition using dogs and sleds could conquer the South Pole. But Nansen was also a man with many interests. He was a well-respected scientist and a diplomat. He had a lot on his plate. After careful consideration, Nansen would give up the Fram to Amundsen, though his life as a polar explorer was likely over. Now, before we detail Amundsen's plan for his North Pole expedition, let's talk a bit about his life as we head into 1908. The first thing he wanted to do was get out of debt. He gave the ethnographic information he had assembled on the Maxima to the Norwegian government in exchange for 40,000 krona, which is roughly 2/3 of what he owed. The rest of the debt was satisfied by raising money through a rigorous lecture schedule, but also by writing some articles and a book on the real expedition. The book was published in 1908 and was titled The Northwest Passage. He dedicated it to Nansen. It was not a big seller, but it made him a bit of money and raised his international profile. Amundsen earned enough extra cash to buy a chalet-style home outside of Christiania, which he called Ura Innenberg. This was the name of the observatory that had been built at Ura. He also helped out both of his brothers who had fallen into debt due to some bad investments. And thus, Amundsen was free of creditors and could do what he wanted to do. And being an explorer was pretty much all that he'd ever wanted to do. He certainly wasn't going to retire as he was only 34 years old, so exploring would be. I like to note that Amundsen had grown into a quiet, thoughtful man. He was never particularly comfortable hobnobbing with the rich and famous. He did it, but it gave him little pleasure. He was going to be sensitive to dislike being criticized or not. This was reflected in his need of absolute loyalty to the leader of his expeditions. I also want to talk a bit about something we haven't really discussed, and that's Amundsen's personal life. As I said, he was not a public person. He didn't like to go to parties or balls or banquets. He was happiest at home, planning his next venture. And regarding relationships, he kept those sorts of things out of the public's eye. He had mostly avoided getting involved in any long-term relationships. Part of the reason was likely the man's singular focus on his career as an explorer. I mean, he had spent roughly half of the past decade frozen in the Arctic or Antarctic. Not a lot of chances to view the ladies from the belly of the sea or the Arctic archipelago. But Amundsen would have serious relationships, including one at this time with a woman named Sigrid Kasper, the wife of a prominent lawyer. It was serious enough that Amundsen tried to get her to divorce her husband and remarry him. She resisted the idea, instead saying to check back after a second expedition. You can't blame her. I mean, who else marrying a guy who's ready to go on a 4 to 5 year expedition into the Arctic? Alrighty, it was the fall of 1908, and Amundsen presented his plan for his next expedition to the Norwegian Geographical Society. It was a repeat of Nansen's famous trip voyage with the Fram back in the late 1890s. In that, Nansen had sailed from Norway to the east above Russia, then got frozen in, and let the drift of the ice pack take him back west, as well as north. There was all sorts of scientific stuff going on, but there was also Nansen's famous run at the North Pole. The big difference Amundsen proposed was to approach the Arctic from the Bering Strait and get frozen in much further east than Nansen had done. This would, theoretically, allow Amundsen to drift further north than on the Fram's first voyage, which would give Amundsen a better shot at the North Pole. The expedition would take at least 4 years. In addition to the North Pole run, the team would study all sorts of things, including the nature of the aurora borealis. Now, Amundsen didn't care about the science stuff. For him, this was about making history, reaching the North Pole. But he hoped the expedition's nature in science, just as he had done with the Io expedition. Amundsen's expedition quickly got support from his homeland. King Haakon and Queen Maud made a big donation to start the process, and the Norwegian government quoted Amundsen 75,000 krona. Anson gave as well and lended his considerable voice to the project, which helped at home and internationally. Amundsen presented a detailed paper about the expedition to the Geographic Society in London in January of 1909. After that, he had a meeting with King Edward VII. Regarding the expedition, Amundsen began by putting together his crew and line of fare and provisions. He also had training fitted for the upcoming voyage. This included the installation of a new diesel motor, which replaced an old steam engine. A steam engine requires lots of fuel, usually coal. Also, its use was limited, as it took time to build up pressure. You couldn't just see an opportunity or avoid a disaster and say, hey, switch on the engine and head that way. The diesel engine offered that sort of thing. It made the ship more nimble and maneuverable, things Amundsen highly valued. And it was efficient. Amundsen wrote that the small gas motor on a Yola produced 15 times the horsepower of a steam engine and used less fuel. Other work done on the Fram included improving the ventilation, adding a new model propeller shaft, and new tankers, plus general repairs and upgrades. Regarding the crew, Amundsen had no shortage of volunteers, but I will talk about them later in this episode. Next, I want to talk about events that were taking shape that would dramatically alter our story. On September 1, 1909, the newspapers ran a study headline, Dr. Frederick Cook had reached the North Pole. Amundsen's friend claimed he had reached the coveted location on April 21, 1908, over a year earlier. And the fun would continue. A week later, Robert Peary came back from his expedition and said he had reached the pole earlier that year on April 6, 1909. This, of course, caused a sensation. However, it also ignited a fierce controversy. And that's because Cook's claim quickly gained fire from many in the scientific and exploration communities. Peary and his supporters, who was backed by the National Geographic Society, actively worked to discredit Cook, whose records were haphazard or completely missing. Most historians and scholars do not believe Cook reached the pole. The result, ultimately, was Peary being proclaimed the discoverer of the North Pole. Now, a few things about this. First, it made for an awkward situation for Amundsen, who was a friend of Cook's. The man that helped Amundsen survive and learn and grow during the Belgica expedition, who would thus come out in support of Cook, saying, quote, I want to proclaim that Dr. Cook is the most reliable Arctic traveler that I know, and it is simply unreasonable to doubt him and believe Peary, end quote. This was a demonstration of Amundsen's loyalty to his friends. While he would eventually see that Cook was lying, he would never abandon them. Even when Cook was later sent to prison for fraud related to oil investments, Amundsen remained physically in prison. The second thing about these events that I want to mention is that while the world has Peary as the discoverer of the North Pole, his critics have, in time, been called into question. Many people to this day doubt Peary actually reached the pole. His navigation is considered sloppy and was not verified by anyone else, and there are some major inconsistencies regarding the distances that Peary traveled. All of this casts doubts on Peary's claim. However, this leads us to our third point, and that is at this time, to most of the world, including Amundsen, the North Pole had been conquered. Now, let's remember, Lord Amundsen was an explorer and adventurer. He was not a scientist. For him, it's about accomplishing stuff that no one had ever done. And here was Amundsen planning on spending the next 4 to 5 years doing scientific work as well as becoming the second man to reach the North Pole. Big sign. Second? That doesn't sound very cool. Now, if Amundsen had known that Cook and Peary's claims were in doubt, he would have been content to push forward with his plans. But he did not know that. And so Amundsen, the man who loved to be nimble, would pivot. Instead of making a run at the North Pole, why not make a go at the South Pole? It was an audacious idea, but in reality, preparing for an Arctic expedition was not that different from preparing for an Antarctic expedition. You still needed dogs and sleds and skis. You needed people who could handle the dogs, ski, and pilot the ship in the ice. You still had to have food and gear, so why not the South Pole? In early 1909, Ernest Shackleton had returned from his Nimrod expedition, in which he had gotten within 100 miles of the South Pole. He had used ponies and man-hauling, but had been undone by scurvy and not enough food. Robert Falcon Scott and the Terra Nova expedition were heading south in 1910 for another go at the pole. And other nations, including the Germans and the Japanese, were talking about expeditions as well. Amundsen looked at the challenges and his competition and concluded that he could do it. The South Pole could be his. Frankly, he looked at Scott as a heroic amateur. The main thing is that he would have to be smart about his plans, and most importantly, stealthy. He wrote, quote, if I were to maintain my reputation as an explorer, I had to win a sensational victory one way or another. I decided on a coup. End quote. I love that Amundsen treated all of this like a military campaign. Anyhow, for Amundsen, the idea of making a boat at the South Pole faced a major hurdle, which was he was supposed to be going to the Arctic. If he suddenly changed his plans, there was a chance that he could lose his financial support. He had already put a lot of his own money into the expedition, and that would ruin him. And there was the Fram. That was the property of the Norwegian government. Norway desired good relations with Great Britain, and the Norwegian government would likely pull the plug on Amundsen if he made such a move. And without a ship, he was dead in the water. Also, Robert Falcon Scott was struggling with financing as well, and if Amundsen announced to the public his intentions to go to the South Pole, he predicted that it would spur a wave of financial support for Scott. And thus, Amundsen revealed his plans to only a few trusted friends. This included his brother Ian, who handled the finances of the expedition. Another person he entrusted with the information was Robert Gadd, a Norwegian born lawyer lived and raised in America. Gadd was the Norwegian consul in Chicago and became one of Amundsen's closest friends and advisors. Now, with the conquest of the North Pole out of play, Amundsen ran into an issue with fundraising. It pretty much dried up. One newspaper had agreed to pay 5,000 pounds for Amundsen if he reached the pole, but that offer was pulled back as being second or third to the pole was not newsworthy. Also, a request for 25,000 krona from the Norwegian government was rejected. Amundsen needed 300,000 krona for the expedition, but only had half of that. It was free. Just keeping his existing investors was a challenge. It's likely that Gadd and Leon Amundsen revealed the expedition's true plans to key financiers to keep them on board. And that's because the idea of a race to the pole between Amundsen and Scott could be a lucrative angle. Despite the efforts of Amundsen and his allies, funding would remain a serious issue as 1910 rolled around. Amundsen depleted his own savings and started borrowing wherever he could. He even mortgaged his own home for 120,000 krona. It was not dissimilar to what he had done with the Yule expedition. Amundsen also revealed his plans to a few key members of his crew, including Thorvald Nilsen, who had kept him Fram. Okay, financing aside, I want to lay out Amundsen's plan for his boat at the South Pole. Let's start by reminding ourselves that Antarctica is a continent, unlike the Arctic. There were no people or settlements, just penguins, seals, and birds. It is the coldest, farthest place on Earth. 98% of it is covered by ice. Previous attempts at the pole had set up a base at Lake Sound, which is about 2,000 miles or 3,200 kilometers directly south of New Zealand. From there, men like Shackleton and Scott had gotten up on the west coast shelf and headed towards the pole. The big challenge is you had to go up and over the Transantarctic Mountains and onto the Antarctic Plateau to an elevation of nearly 10,000 feet. Shackleton had found such a route at the Atoll Glacier. Amundsen assumed correctly that Scott would take that route on his upcoming expedition. Amundsen, however, had something different in mind. He had spent hours and hours poring over the accounts and photos of past explorers. Based on that research, he was aiming for a place called the Bay of Whales, about 200 miles or 350 kilometers east of Scott's proposed base at McMurdo Sound. It was also 60 to 70 miles closer to the pole than Scott's camp. The Bay of Whales was part of the Ross Ice Shelf. The big problem people had with the Bay of Whales was that you can't live beyond the ice, not solid ground. It was feared the area would be unstable, a poor place to set up a permanent camp. But Amundsen believed otherwise. Why? Well, we will talk about that in a bit. Otherwise, Amundsen kept up the pretense that the Fram was brought to the Arctic. He did not intend to announce his altered plans until after sailing. What he wanted to do was go directly to the Bay of Whales in early 1911 and unload all the daily supplies. The Fram would then return to South America for the winter, leaving half the men and all of the dogs on the continent. The Antarctic team would then prepare to go to the pole following summer. Now, let us have no illusions about this venture. It was strictly to reach the South Pole. Nothing more. There were no scientific studies or climate data to collect. Nothing. Amundsen would say, quote, "On this little detour, science would have to look after itself." End quote. For Amundsen, this was a race. It was his last chance to gain fame as an explorer, and he intended to win. He later wrote, quote, "At all costs, we had to be first at the finish. Everything had to be concentrated on that." End quote. And so Amundsen continued to prepare for his expedition, virtually no one knowing his true plans, although there were hints. Example, Amundsen assembled nearly 100 dogs for his voyage. Some people were wondering why he did so at this point of the expedition. Why not wait until the Fram reached Alaska to bring over the dogs? This way you can never have to transport them around the
How long
world.
have you been coming here?
Another example was the large
Right.
prefabricated hut that Amundsen had had designed and built. It was made to house up to a dozen men. Well, why do you need that if the crew was expected to sleep on the Fram?
That's
A
the
large
main
hut
thing
was
that I just said
redundant
at the end of
unless
the
you
bow
didn't have a ship.
was,
No
the
matter,
script
Amundsen
just
punched
punching through
forward
everything.
even
It's like
as his
taking
money
shit
ran
and
out.
continuously
How the Fram would pay
creating
for provisions
and
and fuel the following year when it wintered in South America was a mystery. But Amundsen accepted that it would be figured out, much for how they knew about his race with Scott. Also, he was reassured by a Norwegian living in Margaret Dale, Peter Christofferson, who said he would help with oil and fuel and provisions. As for the crew, it included 2 men from the oil expedition, Omar Hansen, who was an outstanding dog driver, and A.F. Lindstrom, the Polar cook who was so adept at making quality meals in the quality. Robert Falcon Scott and the Terra Nova expedition departed from Wales in June of 1910. Before leaving, Scott came to Norway to test out his new motorized sledges and try and set up a meeting with Amundsen, but no meeting ever happened. The truth is that Amundsen avoided Scott, as he didn't want to lie to him in his face as to his intentions. Amundsen and the Fram followed the Terra Nova 2 months later. They had a crew of 19 men, 97 dogs, 4 pigs, 6 carrier pigeons, and 1 canary. The dogs, which had been brought from Greenland, swarmed all over the ship. The Fram departed on August 9, 1910. No one other than Amundsen and the chief officers knew the actual destination was Antarctica. But before Antarctica, there was one planned stop, Madeira, which is about 320 miles west of Morocco and 530 kilometers. The ship reached Madeira on September 6th. One of the crew was dismissed at this time, as Amundsen judged her to be a joke. Amundsen was adamant about not having bad apples in his payroll. It was then, just before departing on September 9th, that Amundsen gathered the crew on board and revealed his true plans. He said, quote, "It is my intention to sail southwards, land a party on the southern continent, and try and reach the South Pole." End quote. The South Pole, Amundsen said, offered glory and fame. The North Pole offered adventure, like Luke said at the newspaper. So why not the South Pole? Omar Hansen said that Amundsen admitted he had deceived the crew and the Norwegian nation. He said Amundsen spoke to each man personally to let them know the situation and answer any questions. Everyone was given the opportunity to depart with pay and a ticket home. No one took it. And with that, the Fram departed. But before leaving, the men all wrote final letters to be brought back to Norway by young Amundsen, who had made trouble in Madeira. Yeah, also brought back to Norway 2 special letters. One was to King Haakon, the other to Fridtjof Nansen. They were delivered on October 1st. Amundsen felt terrible about keeping Nansen, one of his greatest supporters, in the dark. In his letter he wrote, quote, "There have been many times I have almost confided this secret to you, but then turned away, afraid you would stop me. I have often wished that Scott could have known my decision, so that I did not look over trying to get ahead of him with this knowledge. But I have been afraid that any public announcement would stop me." He then goes on to add, quote, "I beg you, do not judge me harshly. I am no hypocrite, but rather was forced by distress to make this decision, and I ask you to forgive me for what I have done. May my future work make amends for it." End quote. Amundsen promised Nansen that he would continue the scientific mission to the Arctic, saying that their success in the South Pole would pay for the rest of the expedition, which was still severely deficient in cash. Nansen was angry at the deception, not because of what Amundsen had done, but because he could have helped him out with his preparations. He supported Amundsen and knew that if anyone could reach the pole, it was his fellow countrymen. Regarding Robert Falcon Scott, a telegram would be sent to him in Australia saying, quote, "Beg leave to inform you, Fram proceeding Antarctic, Amundsen." End quote. That was it. The press was mostly critical of Amundsen, saying his decision to hide his intentions and turn the quest for the South Pole into a race was ungentlemanly. But at this time, there was not a huge outcry. The reason is that Amundsen indicated that he would not get in Scott's way, saying English had priority, and he would, quote, "make do with what they discard," end quote. Now, Amundsen didn't explicitly say where he intended to go. Perhaps he would try for the Weddell Sea, but the big thing was he said he would not interfere with Scott. Scott would be perplexed by the message. Again, it said, quote, "Beg leave to inform you, Fram proceeding Antarctic, Amundsen," end quote. It wasn't a challenge, nor was it. Scott and others were miffed. But for Lord Amundsen, there was no question. It was a challenge. The race to the South Pole was on. Hey, this is Matt from the Explorers Podcast. I want to tell you about the AmazeGift Tactic 2 smartwatch. Amazfit makes smart, wearable watches that empower us to live healthier, more connected lives. The Active 2 is my second watch from Amazfit, and I love it. We have lots of options out there in the smartwatch field, but I really like my Amazfit because it is more than just a fitness watch. It features AI-driven coaching, intelligent workout detection, and personalized recovery insights to help me train smarter. The Active 2 is super light and has a sleek stainless steel design. It just looks great. It features more than 160 training modes, and the battery life is 10 days. The ability to download a free map with turn-by-turn directions is also super cool. So if you want to get a stylish smartwatch with cutting-edge tech and at a great price, the Amazfit Active 2 should be on your list. Go to www.amazfit.com/explorers and use the code EXPLORERS to get 10% off at checkout. That's www.amazfit.com/explorers to get 10% off with promo code EXPLORERS.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. I don't know if you knew this, but anyone can get the same premium wireless for $15 a month plan that I've been enjoying. It's not just for celebrities, so do like I do and have one of your assistants switch you to Mint Mobile today. I'm told it's super easy to do at mintmobile.com/switch.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, equivalent to $15 per month required. Intro rate first 3 months only, then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. Full terms at mintmobile.com.
Amundsen and Fram have it south, rounded the tip of Africa, and then went east. Typically, I ship heading to Antarctica, Woodstock in Australia, and New Zealand, to collect fuel, provisions, and gear. But Amundsen was prepared for the long voyage and headed directly towards Antarctica and the Ross Ice Shelf. The voyage would go well. The Fram, which means forward in Norwegian, had been designed and built by a Norwegian shipwright, Colin Archer, to Fridtjof Nansen's specifications. It is a unique vessel. It's rounded, constructed so that when the ice pushed up against it, the ship would react by getting pushed upwards and not crushed. And the design had worked perfectly on its previous expeditions. The downside to the ship was that the rounded hull meant that it rolled well at sea and was slow. But in the end, the Fram was incredibly sound, no matter where she went. On the voyage, the men worked to prepare for the upcoming Enterprise. The detail in which things were dressed was impressive. There were big things, such as modifying and improving sludges, and the not-so-obvious stuff. Something used by the team that were paraffin canisters, fuel filter portable cooking stoves. It had been noted that when paraffin tins froze, there was a creep and a loss of the paraffin. And so Amundsen had moved a fancy, a Seaman and tinsmith, with 10 iron tanks to hold the paraffin and eliminate the creep that plagued other expeditions. Otherwise, for the men of the Fram, music helped pass the time. Solo, the crew, were capable mandolin and buttering fires. The other big distraction were the dogs. 100 dogs were vital portions of a crew, but the arrival of puppies made up for it. The men loved the puppies, only who doesn't? The dogs would fight, huskies loved to fight, but the puppies gave the men something to care for and nurture. Plus, the puppies loved the men, as puppies are wont to do, which helped the crew get through the long months at sea. As for Amundsen, he continued to study the accounts of past Antarctic expeditions. Using this information, he carefully selected the location and date to enter the ice pack and approach the Great Ice Barrier. The goal was to have the waters as clear of ice as possible, and it worked. The Fram reached the ice pack on January 11, 1911, or next spring. They had gone 16,000 miles, or 26,000 kilometers, in 4 months without touching land. The approach to the continent was mostly clear of ice, and the Fram soon sighted the Ross Ice Shelf, aka the Great Ice Barrier, or simply the Barrier. The Ross Ice Shelf is one of the most stunning sights in the world. You have probably seen photos of it. It is literally a huge ball of ice stretching 600 miles or 1,000 kilometers. It's typically about 50 to 150 feet high, or 15 to 50 meters. Icebergs hinder the approach. The Canyon glaciers offer a stunning experience. On the western edge of the shelf is McMurdo Sound, the location of Scott's Antarctic base. A note, a map of all of this is on our website, explorerspodcast.com. Anyhow, Amundsen had studied the barrier in depth and wrote this about his first glimpse of the Great Wall of Ice. Quote, the excellent reproductions in Shackleton's book meant that I got used to it and looked on it as an old acquaintance. So here we are. End quote. The Fram reached the Bay of Whales on January 14th after just 3 days going through the ice pack. The ship's new diesel engine worked well, minimizing the need for sails. And Amundsen had expert pilots to guide the ship, something that Caramello lacked. Amundsen's plans had played out perfectly. Now, when you have a big roll of ice that was 100 feet high, you can't just sail up to it and get off the ship. It's not like there's a beach to land on or anything, at least not usually. And that brings us to the Bay of Whales. Amundsen knew that there was an inlet that offered an actual landing spot. I'm talking about an area of ice that stretched a couple of miles into the barrier. From the spot, there was a sloping path up to the top of the ice shelf. Other men from previous expeditions had been here and used this route to access the barrier. Now, you're probably asking why haven't other explorers used this route previously? There was a perfect little inlet right next to the water and a rising slope onto the barrier. And the answer is that there were concerns it was unstable. What if you set up a camp on the ice and you have the ice break off the shelf and start floating out to sea? Or what if part of the glacier had been camped off? That could kill everyone. No one trusted the spot. Shackleton had been terrified of the idea of setting up camp there. He insisted his camp be on solid land. And this was not solid land, like the land had never seen. It might look stable, but you couldn't really trust it. It could be. As noted, Amundsen had studied past accounts of Antarctic explorers, and he found a record from James Clark Ross dating back to 1841, detailing this very location, and others like Shackleton had come here as well. From studying these records, Amundsen had come to the conclusion that this place, the bay and the inlet, had been here in Ross's time. Yes, there had been some changes, but to Amundsen, this inlet was a permanent feature. So how was that? Well, Amundsen wondered if there was land under the barrier before then. Now, he was wrong on that count, but not by much. The reason for this small inlet in the bay was that there was a shoal called Roosevelt Island to the south of the Bay of Whales. The shoal was mostly covered by the ice. What it did was it slowed the advance of the ice as it shifted north towards the sea. And that is what created the unique physical environment around the bay, and it is why it continued to exist for decades and decades. Now, one great thing about the Bay of Whales was that it was 60 miles or so closer to the pole than McMurdo Sound, 120 miles round trip. That made Amundsen's journey about 9% shorter than Scott's. That's a big deal. The tram's pilot, Andreas Beck, would bring the tram right up to the edge of the great ice barrier at a small protected inlet. The ship tethered itself to the ice and lowered its gangway, and then could walk out onto the ice. You can see photos of this, and it's pretty cool. I put links to these up on our website, explorerspodcast.com. So at this point, the men unloaded the Fram. It was just 10 days after the British had begun unloading their gear to the west. There was the big prefabricated hut, equipment, food, gear, and other supplies. And of course, there were the dogs. They relished the opportunity to get off the ship and run free and fight. They loved to fight. Also, there were now 116 dogs, as about 20 puppies had been born. Amundsen loved the dogs. He called them their children. The hut was set up a little more than 2 miles from the edge of the ice. All the stuff was hauled on sledges by the dogs to the location. The hut was put together by the end of January. The camp was dubbed Framheim. Every man had their own space in the structure. Being close to the water's edge also meant there was plenty of seals and penguins for food. In fact, the animals had no experience with humans, so they wandered right up to them. It made for easy hunting. Around the hut, big tents were set up, as well as mounds of gear and provisions. Amundsen had everything numbered for easy identification. Everything was built according to Amundsen's design. He had spent 2 years planning this expedition. He knew exactly how much food and supplies we needed. He had protected his gear and equipment. His clothing was of reindeer hide and sealskin, most of it from Greenland. His footwear was extra large, Inuit style, and insulated with dry natural material to keep the feet from freezing. There were sledges and snow goggles. The skis were made out of paper